Peoples of the interwebs, how are you doing today? Okay. Oh, well, let me, I didn't take care of the preliminaries. Start as you mean to go on, folks. Fancy starting without an open can. Cheers. Thumbs up if you would. Okay, folks. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, on the streets, or in my case, in a tent in a field. Kind of sort of out of the way, not bothering anybody most of the time. I hope. But yeah, that's the channel. You are watching a TrampCast Hangout. TrampCast is a program that I do where I detail the events in a week in my life. But this is the more informal version. The TrampCast Hangout is just me and you and a few of our best friends just hanging out and chatting, chewing the cud. It started already, look. I have not coughed all day. I come online and I cough. Ridiculous. Okay, let me make sure. Oh, and you should make sure as well, folks, that you're in, whether it's called what are the options? Live chat, all messages. It different different wording on different interfaces and on different devices. But you don't want, by default, YouTube will start on what's called top chat, which is a filtered view of the comments of the chat. That's not what you want. You want to see everything, presumably. Unless you're of a delicate disposition and you don't want to see any swear words or other such. We're not too bad a channel on the whole. But we are all grown-ups and we do sometimes swear. I know I do. Sometimes it just comes out. Sometimes it's just deliberate. Live with it. And I've got a fly in here. Or I did have. I think, oh no, I thought I'd got it. I thought I'd got it again, I still missed. Oh, it's just going around the lamp. 3 goes and I still didn't get it. In summer, I was grabbing them. I was plucking them out of the air, one every 3rd attempt. If it carries on, still missed. I would blitz it with fly spray, but I ran out. I went across to the Chino Bazaar to get fly spray. Fucking hell! €10 a can. Well, the cheapest was €5, but was tiny. €5 and €10 for the standard one that you would buy in a supermarket for like €2.50 or €3. I'm gonna have to blitz this fucker. Hold on. We're running on vapors. We're running on vapors on the fly spray, and this one never really worked. Come back, you fucker. This one didn't work anyway. A friend got me this from Consume and it just didn't touch them. They laughed at it. Sorry, folks. Minor distraction right at the start of the show. Is it a show? Is it a program? What is it? I don't know. I think I just saw Karen saying hello. Okay, Karen is tired. Early start this morning. So hello and goodbye, I guess. There's a few of you out there. Come and say hello. Who's? Are you new guys? Are you just lurking to see what this is all about? This is just me chatting with a few online friends. You're more than welcome to come and join us. Come and introduce yourselves. Tell us maybe where you are, what the temperature's like where you are, what the weather's like. We'll take it from there and we'll discuss. You got questions for a tramp? You want to know how an Englishman ended up homeless in Spain? Come and ask away. I guess I didn't say that in the introduction. I am an Englishman trapped by circumstance in Spain, and I've been living in this field for over 3 years now. At its core, this is all because my bank decided I'm not me. And the only way that they would accept for me to prove that I am me is for me to walk into my branch, my bank branch in England. But I'm in Spain. And I haven't got any money because my bank say I'm not me. And on top of that, there's a slight legal issue hanging over me that meant I couldn't leave the country. And I've got a disabled dog who can't really leave, or couldn't for the longest time, couldn't even leave this field. When I walk her, I carry her back end. She walks on her front paws. I put a belt under her waist, wrap it around my arm a couple of times and lift her up, and off we go. A couple of months back, we got a doggy wheelchair donated. So things are slightly better now. But I've got quite a bit of equipment and things, quite a few possessions in the tent now. Things have grown over time. And I'm a little bit reluctant to walk away for too long. That's probably just a me thing. Because in all the time I've been here, nobody's ever... One person stole something. And then there was the police. They stole half my possessions all day. But that's another story. It's all there on video somewhere. Big playlist. Tramp versus police. But yeah, come and say hello, folks. Cat's got your tongue. Okay, sorry. I was just trying to look at the numbers. I've got a white banner across the top of the screen. Means I can't really see what's what. So what can I talk about then while we wait for you guys to chime in? I don't know whether you're the guys that were here on Friday night. I did one of these on Friday nights. It's only been a couple of nights, really, a couple of days. It's been quite a week. Nothing too bad, but 7 days in the field. The weather's starting to get a bit colder. The last 2 days, last night and tonight are a little bit warmer again, so that's good. Last night I think it held around 10 degrees. The night before slipped a little bit below that, 8 or so was what I saw. Somebody tells me they looked online and the weather forecast at one point said 4 degrees. I didn't see that, and I certainly didn't feel it. But here in bed under the covers, I got a thermometer that slipped from alongside the bed. It slipped into the bed. That was reading 25 when I took it out, so that was okay. Today's quite a bit warmer. I'm not wearing my jumper. I'm not wearing my snood. I've just taken the dog for her walkies, and I was okay. Hello, Hannah. Oh, that's the tennis racket of death doing its thing. I'll in case there's anybody new out there, I know there are a few people out there lurking and not saying hello. There's a tennis racket of death shining away. The electric fly swatter is just in the on position. And for anybody, let me see if I can do this. For anybody who, well, I guess for everybody actually, it's not just for anyone who's new. Let me see whether I can show you my my little lady who's in bed here with me. Hey, Tina. I know you don't like the light, darling, but I had to turn it on to show the peoples. We're talking to the peoples. Hey, babe. Yeah. This is my little doggy darling. This is Tina. Like I said before, back legs don't work, but she's still her. She's still okay. Aren't you, babe? You're still my darling. Cuddling me at night, keeping us both warm. When she doesn't just go down the bottom of the bed, which is where she prefers to be, go down the bottom of the bed and then at some point in the night she'll lay horizontally across the bottom of the bed. Won't you, babe? Back to me, folks. Back to me. She doesn't like the light. This cough's not real. Don't worry about the cough. I know some of you are concerned about me being in damp air or in cold. It's not real. I had a sore throat a couple of months ago. Maybe not even that. 5, 6 weeks ago. I had a little cough for a little while after it went away, and now whenever I come online, I think to myself, don't cough, and that just starts it. As soon as you think don't cough, you immediately cough, don't you? It's like if you're on a cliff and someone says don't look down. You look down. Where was I? I was talking about something before I went off on one with Tina. Oh, before the tennis racket of death interrupted. Talking about the cold, it's getting cooler. Except last night and tonight are quite warm. The following nights are going to drop again. We're going to go back down around 6 degrees Celsius. Let me convert that for anyone across the pond. 6, double it to 12, knock off 10%, let's call that 10, add 32, that'll be 42 in old money. Freedom units. 42 Fahrenheit. 6 Celsius. Whoa, I got you. No, I definitely made contact. See what I mean though? I sprayed it with the fly spray, and it's still just flying around and coming right at me. It laughs in the face of this particular kind of fly spray. Through the day, we haven't really been reaching 20 degrees. We're hitting 17s and 18s. Now that's what we hit yesterday, and then the weather forecast app said, oh, tomorrow, meaning today, was going to be 6 degrees warmer. Well, it wasn't. Now it's not cold, don't get me wrong. You could easily sit out in 17, 18, 19 degrees, but it's just not what you're used to if you live in Spain. This is why I I feel it when we have these low points in winter, when you get below 10 degrees, and especially when you start heading on down towards 5. But normally it's 1 week in February. This year we're in the back end of November. It's already happening, and there's talk about another one of these polar vortexes happening mid-December to bring everything even colder. So that'll be fun. Let's hope it's not too serious. If you remember, I think it's 4 years ago when the people in Texas who just weren't equipped, they weren't ready, they weren't prepared for snow and ice, and they were dying in their homes. They didn't know what to do, and they did silly things. Sitting in your car or truck in the garage with the engine running. No one's ever told them not to do that because they never expected to get cold. People taking barbecues into their house, charcoal or whatever barbecues. You wake up dead the next morning, folks. You wake up dead. Let me plug the phone back in, sorry. I was charging things. How's the volume? A couple of the recent shows, the volume's been muffled by detritus in various orifices on the phone. I hope everything's okay back there. You are being a quiet bunch tonight. You're going to make this difficult for me. I've come along with no topics. I've got nothing pre-prepared. Very little. I've got a couple of science topics, which I sometimes bring up if I've read something interesting. We'll get to that later, if there is a later. Let's think. So it's been cold, but it got a little bit warmer this weekend. I had the two ladies, well, the two donations of food this last week. I mentioned them. I mentioned them in the Friday show, especially the two ladies who came on Friday and brought me three portions of takeaway and a fantastic cake, two thirds, almost three quarters of a fantastic cake. Um, Very nice. I just finished it last night. I finished that. I finished the cake. I had to give her ladyship some. But she eats her own food. She doesn't share with me. I mean, I wouldn't know what I would do with the croquetas, the dog, the dry dog food. She never offers. But as soon as she's finished with hers, she wants some of mine. And I always give in. She always gets some. Even when I tell her no, it's daddy food, human food, people food. She's just so cute, the way that she stares at me. So I have to give her some. That's just them's the rules. What else can you do, folks? When you got a cute doggy, and she just gives you that look. Hey, babe, looking about you. You've wriggled out from under your covers. I think she was getting too warm earlier, so she kind of wriggled out from the covers, and then she got too cold and she wanted to get back in, but she couldn't because she was lying on top of it. She's trying to bury her head and get under the covers while she's laying on the covers, and she doesn't understand why it's not working. And because her back legs don't work and she can't move so easily, Muggins here has to move her around, lift and move, and then she wriggles and doesn't understand why I'm manhandling her. But then after it's over and she's in and she's tucked in, then she comes and gives me a big kiss. So that's okay. Kisses from my little miss. A kiss from my little miss. Hey, babe. You are being a bloody quiet bunch tonight, aren't you? 9 of you and nobody's talking to me. Are you all newbies? If you're new here and you've got questions, I'm happy to answer. I can head off most of your questions by pointing you at an old video, my first ever live stream actually, called TrampCast space 001, the digits 001. That has the entire backstory, the who, how, what, when, where, why, who I am, what my background is, education, work, business, how and why I ended up in Spain, and how I became homeless 6 years after I arrived here. It's all almost 7 years after, really. I think we're coming up on 10 years in Spain in total. February the 17th, 2016. If anybody remembers 2016, 2016 was the year everybody died. All of the celebrities they were all dropping like flies. It's also the year of the Brexit debate and vote. Also the year of Donald Trump's first presidential victory. Kevin from Ireland, hello, hello. Oh, you're okay. The name change. You okay? Yeah. You see with the YouTube changing from your full. So when you create your account, you get a short name and a long name. And normally they displayed the long name in chat, and now they've switched for some reason to showing the short name. So you are listed as Kev O'Hara 100. Hello, hello, Kevin. What was it? You were Manchester U999 or something previously, if I remember correctly. Good to see you looking hale and hearty. Well, I don't know about that. Beer in hand as usual. Keep the throat lubricated. That's my excuse. First can of the evening, and I forgot to open it before the stream started. So I had to open it. Zami Adams, hello, hello. Manchester 99. I thought there was a U in there, no? Okay. Because I remember suspecting it was Manchester United at one point, or Manchester University. And then I thought you might have been Kevin Warwick, didn't I? The cyborg guy, the guy who puts chips in his arm just for the fun of it. Yeah. Okay, the numbers are picking up a little bit. We were off to a really slow start, but there's 15 of you out there now, according to the number in front of me. But only 6 of you have hit the thumbs up. So like I said, I think I was struggling. I don't think I've been entertaining enough. I was struggling to find things to talk about with you. I was just saying before about the food that those ladies brought on Friday. The two, the two. I always did have a good memory back before getting old. It's part of what made me appear more intelligent than I was really, like when I was at school or something. You hear some fact or some factoid once and remember it more or less forever. And so for me, like memorizing like the times tables, the multiplication tables was very easy. I learnt to read when I was 3 years old. My mum did flashcards with the letters. We did individual letters, and then we did the kind of the diphthongs, the 2-letter combinations, th and ch and sh, and all of that kind of how ph can be a f. Did all that H3. Just memorized the cards and the letters and the sounds like that, and I was up and raring to go reading the Ladybird books. The Ladybird, but not the first generation of Ladybird books. There was like a second Peter and Jane and Pat the dog. A year or two before me, anyone I met who was a year or two older had a different version of the Ladybird books with different character names. They weren't Peter and Jane and Pat the dog. Don't remember offhand what they were, but that's because I never read them. But other people were forever telling me that I'd got it wrong and it wasn't Peter and Jane, but it was for my generation. So yeah, good memory gives you a real head start in certainly appearing intelligent. Yeah. You dragged me off. I think I was talking about the 2 ladies who brought me the food, the 3 portions of Chinese takeaway and the big cake. It was lovely. All of the food was lovely. The third, I had 2 portions of the takeaway almost immediately after they left. I had the 3rd portion the next day as a kind of a brunch, a late breakfast or an early lunch. I opened the carton and I was a bit disappointed. I thought it was only rice. Then off to one side there was like a tin foil wrapped, and there was I don't know what the meat was. I mean, sometimes there was a meat in a gravy, not particularly spicy or anything. It was just a meat in a gravy. I mean, it could have been anything. I thought at first it was chicken. It wasn't chicken, but it could have been beef. It could have been lamb. It could even have been a pork that's been marinated in something. I honestly couldn't tell you what the meat was, but it was meat, and there was so half the tub was this meat stewy gravy thing, and the other half was rice. So that was nice. But then there was this 2/3 of a cake, and it was quite a big cake. So me and Tina had half of that there and then, and we finished the other half, like I said, Saturday night, last night, just before sitting down to watch Big Clive and then Scruff Dog, 2 of my favourite streamers. He should have been a copper, great memory. Yeah. Don't talk to me about police. I'm not going to say any more. Okay, folks, there's a few of you out there. Thank you for hitting that. You did take my hint and hit the thumbs up. That's. I will cheers you for that. I will toast you. I don't know why I just said I will cheers you for that. I don't like it when people say I will cheers you. I will toast you. Here's to you for hitting the thumbs up. Thank you. Much appreciated. Now, if you want to come and join us in chat and give us something to talk about, because as you can tell, I'm struggling already. So Kevin, Zami, and Hannah, if you're still here, how's the weather where you are? What kind of temperatures are we looking at? Is it snow? Is it sleet? Is it just rain? I'm assuming it hasn't been sunny because, you know. Come on, get on the keyboard, get typing. It's going to go very quiet very quickly. If I have to start running through my science topics, I think I've only got 2 stories saved. If I have to start running through those in the first half hour, then we're looking pretty desperate, and we probably won't make it to an hour, which would be disappointing. I've kind of been looking forward to this today. I did tease the fact that I might have done a TrampCast proper, which would have been 5 o'clock this afternoon my time, 4 o'clock Britain and Ireland. But the weather picked up. That is Ivan. Hello, hello. And thank you. Pissing down here in Ireland. Here's a Rob. Which Rob though? You see the different names now. Is this Rob B that does the music? Yeah, in Glasgow. You're the Rob that does the weekend, the 80s throwback mix. I think. You have to confirm for me. This change in the display name that they're using has kind of thrown some things awry. But you mentioned Glasgow, so that makes me think. -3 in Glasgow the other day. -3 already. Oh, this fly. Whoa. Okay, there must be a couple. One just flew past me and one just flew into the tennis racket of death. I hope it was the one that just flew past, but it would have had to go really fast to get there that quickly. I sprayed. If you weren't here right at the start, I had a fly come right at me. I tried to grab it half a dozen times. Taking my batting average right down, I usually pluck them out of the air, or historically, I used to pluck them out of the air on the 3rd attempt. But just recently, the last month or two, since we had the 2 big rainstorms, the 2 big multi-day rainstorms, how long ago would that be now? Is that 2 months ago? We had the first one where the field flooded, literally, but it must have only been a shallow flood, but things moved that way, including Tina's wheelchair. Everything moved 5 meters that way. Tent floor was wet through, but it wasn't like it was 3 inches deep in the bottom of the tent. 3 inches for you metric folk, what's that, 7 or 8 centimeters. Wasn't anything like that, but water did get in under the tent, under the floor, and wet the carpet, and stayed wet. Well, it didn't get to dry out before the next rain happened, and the same happened again, or very similar. And from then on, we just had a big fly problem, and I could not work out what was happening for the. I thought it was just a wet carpet was being a thing for flies, for them to maybe lay their eggs in or whatever. But what was it, last week or the week before? I found the actual cause. I had a tray of eggs in a cardboard carton, and the cardboard had taken the moisture, and some insects had done their thing, and the flies were coming out of the egg pack. That was fun. I've since found something else that was nasty and wet still on the floor, like a packet of cornmeal or corn flour, corn starch, corn something or other. That was all wet and mouldy and manky. Still, months after the last proper rain. But I thought that's where the flies were coming from, and this fly spray just wasn't touching them. So when this fly flew at me today and I sprayed it, I thought I'd be hearing that zzz of dead fly, or dying fly. That's what I would normally expect, but the performance of this particular can of fly spray hasn't worked that way. Soon time to get your Christmas tree up. Have you still got one? I do indeed. My fibre optic one that my friend Karen brought me last year has been set aside and is waiting. Diligently waiting. I can give you an approximate location of it. It's in the other bedroom, my storage room, and it's right at the back and down in the right hand corner, somewhere over there. That's as precise as I can be for now. When I stocked this tent up, when we moved everything outside, took the old tent down and put this one up, whenever that was, it's got to be at least 6 months ago now. I've still got some stuff in the field that never came back in and that never got binned, but I kept that room, that storage room, really organised. I had stuff around the left wall, around the back wall, and around the right wall. And then when there was more stuff, I put a single line in through the middle, leaving 2 corridors that you could walk in and then find the things you were after. But then people brought me more bedding and more. Someone brought me like a bag full of curtains and things, thinking, I could use that as bedding or a sheet or as whatever. And as things pile up, I ended up filling those corridors, those channels. So now it's just a big room full of, I'm not going to say full of shite, it's full of resources that may one day be useful. It's full of shite. Baubles on the Christmas tree are traditional to deflect evil spirits. Yeah, Rob. This doesn't do that. This is it's all fibre optic and flashy and it doesn't even have different settings for different flash types. It just does what it does. It's the branches and the fibre optics themselves light up, and then there are a couple of separate, not separate, but there are a few built-in lights kind of on it as well. It's quite nice for what it is. Last year I placed it. I left my door open as late as I could in the middle of December. I left my door open, like rolled up and open, and I put it so that it could be seen from up on the top road. Someone at the bus stop at the top or driving past would see my tent with this flashing fucking Christmas tree. Electricity in the middle of a field, folks. Modern technology. You wouldn't have dreamt of this when I was a kid. I've got a deep freeze over there now. A fridge freezer, a camping fridge freezer. I've got it set to -15 when it's on. So I'll put it on for an hour. It'll get down. It says -15, but that's the temperature in one spot where it's doing the cooling or the sensing at least. It doesn't actually get that low. If I left it on that setting for like 6 hours, obviously everything would get down to -15. But that would be no good for my cans of beer, would it? Or my fruit juice, or the other stuff that's in the freezer part. There's a small fridge part, small fridge compartment, and then next to it is this bigger, deeper. The fridge part is on top of the compressor. But electricity in a field. Do you ever think about moving camp? I consider it, but the consideration doesn't really go anywhere. Where I am, I know I'm on private land. I've been here 3 years, the owner hasn't complained, and technically the police can't touch me unless they get a complaint from the owner or his representatives. Now they didn't know that, so they kept arresting me and shit. They kept coming onto this land, and it's like a couple of years ago when they stole all my belongings. Everything that I had that was outside, gas barbecue, 2 gas bottles, all my plates and pans, ladles and fish slice, all my cutlery, pans, pots and pans. They took everything. Tables and chairs. I had 2 recliners. Two of the lay down things that you'd put next to a swimming pool. I'd only newly acquired those. Took them all, saying it's a fire risk. So anyway, apart from that, so they had some confusion where they thought they had authority over this place. They thought it was public land. It's not. I now know that, but one of my criminal convictions that they've given me was for not providing details, not providing identification when they demanded. But they can't demand it on private. When I'm like in my home or the immediate surround, so I've got a conviction for not cooperating or whatever they call it, not disorder or whatever they put it down as, which is entirely illegal. It's wrong. And when I told my solicitor I was in private land, and she just said, that's not what they say. If you've watched Idiocracy, you'll get the reference. But it was literally what she said. That's not what they tell me. And she was coming to me. She negotiated, like the settlement. She negotiated what the fine would be before she ever spoke to me. The first time I saw her was her saying, this is what the fine is. And I'm like, but the arrest was illegal. That's not what they. I was in my home or immediately around my home. That's not what they say. You were camping illegally. Anyway, long story short, to go back to your question, have I considered moving? If I moved to any new land, I wouldn't know the status of that land. If I put up a tent on public land, they can literally tell me to move within 24 hours or 48 or some reasonable. And I've got all this stuff as well. The amount got. Look, let me. There's a few embarrassing elements around here, folks. So don't judge too harshly. Okay, but I'm gotta scroll to put the light on. I got a chest of drawers. I got my bin, my go bin, which is like my go bag with my prepper. There's an emergency tent and an emergency sleeping bag and a bedroll and other things. But chest of drawers. There's another set of drawers over there. You see the black plastic with clear front. And next to it is a veg rack full of food and sauces and shit. You just got all that. You got all that shit from. I've got a Queen Anne chair. Well, I don't know if it's actually Queen Anne, but it's that style. A big old lady heavy chair. There's a whole room over there behind that thing hanging from the ceiling. There's a big thing hanging down. That whole room is just full of stuff. Put it this way: to empty the tent last time took me 3 days, and even then I needed 2 friends to come around and help me for 2 or 3 hours at the end. So yeah, moving would be difficult. Firstly, where would I go? How do I know the status of the land and that the cops aren't gonna... Here I know, I can just say to them, tierra privada, private land. I can shush them away. When they demand my ID, I can say, no, tierra privada. No es publico. I can shush them away. No denuncia para desde. No denuncia desde. Is that desde from? No, de. No denuncia de la dueña. No police report from the owner. Can't be trespassed without notice from the owner. So my only problem here is that they haven't maintained the drainage ditch at the top of the field, and there is a slight risk of flooding. But that's the first in 3 years. When I first moved here, it flooded on day 1 and on day 31. Like 1 month later, maybe day 32. And then they did some work and dug a drainage ditch to channel water away. But they haven't maintained it, and so now that ditch fills up, and when it fills up, some of the water spills into the field, and hence we had a flood 1 week and then almost flood the week after. Rivulets running down the field, under the tent and through the other side, and off to the road, and some quite serious damage done on this little track little road down the side here. Big erosion, big ruts, yeah, big ruts dug out of the road. Stones moved and ditches dug, and all the cars that drive down here now, once a day, at least once a day, someone bottoms out and scrapes the bottom of their car because they've got one wheel in a rut, one wheel not, and a ridge, a crown, a crest in the middle of the road. So you go over that. If your car wheels are both in a bit of a rut, both in a ditch, you're gonna hit that. You're gonna hit that crest. You're gonna bottom out, and I think twice since those two rainstorms, twice cars have hit and left the streak of oil down the road where they've hit the oil. Is it the oil pan or the oil sump, whatever you want to call it, on the bottom of a car? Stuck in a rut, it happens. Hello, Fama, Fabrizio. Hello, my friend. Hold on. What am I missing? I'm seeing a hello, David, and I don't see a David. Oh, there we go, David Schofield. Hello, my friend. I didn't see you there. How did I miss that? You weren't there when Karen said this is short and sweet. You weren't there. You were according to this, you were the first post. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, David. I absolutely did not see you there, mate. I'm trying to remember where you're somewhere down Punta Prima or somewhere just over that way. Maybe slightly further south than Punta Prima. How are things with you, mate? Things are getting a bit cool, aren't they? I absolutely did not see you there. There was Rob arriving saying -3 in Glasgow. Rob confirming that he's the Rob with the music, with the decks and the turntables and all that scratching, and I don't have the terminology, mate, but yeah. I don't know how you do what you do, but it always ends up sounding good. I haven't seen you haven't popped up for a couple of weeks, but maybe that's just YouTube doing its thing. So that was you asking. Do you ever think about moving camp? Big hug to Karen. She came and she went. It's just a flying visit. Yeah. I don't know what I can say. If I say flying visit, I might not just be talking about to the stream. Yeah, pound smash, hit that like button. Maybe consider subscribing, but not until you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos. I'm not for everybody. If you, yeah, if you maybe try a couple of the longer live streams, the 4, 5, 6 hour ones, especially the ones where I'm drinking beer at the start and I'm drinking wine by the end. Or in one notable case, it was brandy, wasn't it? A few weeks ago when I was very, very angry. Yeah. I wondered about maybe not deleting it, but I wondered about hiding that particular post. I was lashing out in anger. Like I say, I'm human. I'm not for everybody. Sound is good tonight, says Terry. Thank you. I did ask and nobody answered, but nobody complained about it being bad, so I assumed it was okay. I really don't understand what that was the other week. Was it the first one where the sound was bad? I poked around with the SIM card remover tool and it didn't really make much difference. Then I blew at this end, the top of the phone, and it's both a microphone and a speaker in the same aperture. But I blew and the sound got worse, and I didn't know. I didn't even know that. I thought it was a speaker. I was only prodding about in it just on the off chance. But then I stepped out of the stream and back in, and things got better. Somewhat, not fully. But that totally baffled me. That made me think that when you start the stream, YouTube analyzes the sound levels and makes a setting. And if something changes or goes wrong with the microphones or thing, they don't adjust or adapt. They keep the setting the same. And but when you go out and come back in, it resets. It sets the setting again. Maybe hypothesis. I'm guessing how it works. All right, Brandy. No. It's very nice. I mean, I do like a drop. Yeah, whiskey and brandy are my two main spirits historically when I drink. Karen brings me vodka because it comes attached when you buy a carton of cigarettes. I don't know how many you have to buy, but some of them have this third of a bottle of vodka on the end. Bugger tends to hide it in the. She'll bring me a couple of carrier bags of water when she's leaving the country, so there'll be some 1.5 litre bottles of water, tap water. They've had the proper water from the supermarket and the refill. I always tell her tap water's fine, but she'll bring these carrier bags, these shopping bags full of water, and in the bottom of one of them, there'll be some vodka hidden away. She spoils me. When she leaves the country, she brings me what she says is just the food that they had left in their cupboards and fridge. Some of it is. There'll be an open pack of biscuits and an open pack of ham or something. But then there's all this other stuff. There'll be 2 lots of mozzarella, like unopened, still in the. It's a brine it comes in, I think, isn't it? Is it brine or is it whey? I'm not sure what it is. I think it's brine. But yeah, there'll be. She spoils me. There'll be 2 or 3 carry bags of actual food if she's been here any considerable time. I've got to be careful what I say. But yeah, she'll bring me water. She'll bring me beer. She'll bring me food. But then there'll be some spirits in the way. Her fella's worse. Sometimes he'll ask, do you need anything from the shop? And I'll say, oh yeah, I don't know, like a pack of biscuits or some fly spray or something. And when he gets here, there'll be 2 crates of beer, there'll be a bottle of brandy, there'll be 3 bottles of cola and 2 cartons of wine. He's worse than she is. Thank you, Karen and family. Much appreciated. She brought me so much the last time that there was no fucking room left on the floor. I couldn't walk around the tent. So many bags on the floor that there'd be. I think I said the other day, it's like finding a lily pad. It's like a stepping stone. That there's a space just foot size for me to stretch and reach into. Trying to walk past the chair and between stuff and over stuff and around stuff and put my foot in the right spot and not step on stuff. She spoils me. They spoil me. But yeah. No, I poked with the SIM card removal tool, Farmer. Yeah, one of these. A paperclip would have done the job, but I didn't have a paperclip. I supposedly have like a couple of packs of safety pins somewhere, but I mean I've had those a couple of years now, and I have used them at times. When the zips break around the bedroom door, like they did in the last tent, I would fasten the bedroom door 3/4 closed by weaving safety pins in and out of the zip fabric. Zips are almost always the first thing to go on a tent. I've been lucky this time. The only damage involving a zip is where the dog ripped the zip off the fabric. You gotta love her. The only damage almost the only damage in the tent is from the dog. But she can't. there's a threshold, there's a step to get out. You have to get over the fabric, and her back legs don't work. And sometimes she gets excited. Another dog will go past, or a friend calls around, and before I can get to her, she's on the floor drinking water or eating or just laying on the floor looking out of the door, and a friend arrives. She's out before I get there, and she's bum shuffling. But she's bum shuffling over a wall of fabric that's got a zip sat on the top. She got caught in it. She pulled. It was 3 o'clock in the morning one day, and she pulled herself out and got tangled in the doorway in the fabric, and she ripped the fucking zip off the fabric along the bottom of the door and up both sides about 1 foot, 30 centimeters for you metric folk. So from the bottom of the door and 1 foot up, 30 centimeters up, that zip is loose. I've thought about just cutting it in the middle. We still use it. That's the inner. That's the fly mesh, the mosquito net. The outer door has two zips, a zip either side that just pulls straight down. Doesn't come across the bottom. There's just a bit of Velcro in the middle at the bottom. So that doesn't seal perfectly. And in a storm, that can actually blow inwards, and the water will run off the roof, down the door. And if the door is blowing inside, that will deposit water inside the tent. So the idea is supposed to be you fasten the mosquito net door, the inner door, all the way down into the bottom, and that can't blow in. But now that zip is loose, not fastened to the fabric at the bottom, I thought about cutting it so Tina could get in and out without the obstruction. At the minute, I have to get her and make her go either under it or over it, because it's flapping, it's separate. Every now and again she gets caught in it again, and we'll maybe pick up a little bit more damage on the sides, or put stress on the fabric at the sides. But if I'd cut it, it wouldn't fasten as well. There'd be a risk as well of me running the zip right off the end of the fabric, right off the end of the runner. We run the, what are the parts of a zip called? I'm going to call them the track and the runner. The runner could come right off the tracks if I'd separated that, because there's no end to it. I don't know, folks. There's Ryan Vitruvium. Ryan in Valencia. I was going to say Alicante, but I knew that was wrong. Ryan in Valencia. You poked the SIM card. Who is she? The girl from Sim City. Nice. Rum for Christmas, says Farmer. But I do whiskey on ice as a cold drink. Ice. It's supposed to just be a bit of water, isn't it? It's supposed to just a smidge of water. It shouldn't be that cold. Cold stifles the taste. Your whiskey's just supposed to have just a you get a little jug. It's not even cold water, it's just water. Just a mere splash. And then you kind of breathe into it, inhale it, sample it, taste it, run it over your tongue, inhale a little bit through your mouth with the whiskey still in your mouth, so you get the burn on the back of the throat just from the air passing over it, and the warmth of your mouth. The warmth adds the flavour or enhances the flavour, where cold, chilling things hides flavour, masks flavour. I'm talking like I'm some sort of connoisseur. I just watched a guy talk about it one day, that's all. Bison grass vodka is a nice one. Bison grass. You living to learn? Just keeping chat light. Who cut the cheese? Hold on, have I missed something? Bloody Tina stole some cheese from me the other day. I had a pack of, I think it was Edam. I had all the slices. And it'd been on the bed. I got it out for sandwiches back when I had the loaf of bread. And it was just sat here a couple of days later. I step outside, go do something, come back in, and the fucking empty pack's in the middle of the bed. And she did even worse yesterday. So yesterday I put some chickpeas to soak over. No, not yesterday. Hold on. Day before yesterday was it? Yeah. Day before yesterday I put chickpeas to soak, and the idea was I was going to cook a stew or it'd be a hodgepodge thing. I got a can of, not a can, I've got a jar of beans, a jar of green beans. So we got some, I can't remember what kind of beans they are, but the white beans that they do over here. So I had a jar of beans, and then I've got a jar of green beans, tin of tomato, yeah, a tin of passata or some kind of tomato-y whatever. What's the other one? Triturado. I was gonna fry some onions, throw in some potato, throw in some beans, and but I was gonna go with oh, why can I not think of the word now? What's the fucking Spanish sausage called? The spicy sausage that used to be made out of donkeys. Oh, come on. But anyway, I'd been having a few slices of it over the last few days, and it comes in like a horseshoe shape. I'll remember the word in a minute, maybe. Again, stepped outside to do something. I think I was checking on the chickpeas, actually, because I was going to cook that afternoon. Yesterday afternoon. And when I come back, empty fucking wrapper in the middle of the bed. And she's stolen the, I'm going to scroll at the bottom and see if anybody's answered me. What's the fucking Spanish? Chorizo, thank you. Josie, hello, hello. No, not the fouette's far too hard for me with no teeth. I can eat fouette, but it's like chewing gum for me. It's because I've got no teeth. It's takes a real effort. But yeah, chorizo it was indeed. Now I'm going to scroll back and see when everyone arrives. There are people here that I don't think I'd seen Tom. Vitruvium, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm still scrolling back. I didn't see Tom arrive. I gotta go. And there was Tom arriving. Oh, there was Josie arriving. I didn't see. Okay, so God, I'm way behind, aren't I? Who cut the cheese was the last I saw, and I didn't know what that was referring to. Oh, the sliced cheese in the supermarket. It was supermarket sliced Edam. That was Josie arriving. Hi all. Hi Josie. Vitruvium and okay, there was Farmer saying hello to people. Yeah, Josie in Amsterdam. Yeah, there was Tom arriving. Oi oi, oi oi, Savaloy. Someone used to shout in the UK. I think it was a comedian or something. Farmer, I might be away from keyboard in a bit if I don't respond. Okay, mate, no worries. Ryan in Valencia says, would love to get snow in the December cold spell. Sometimes it snows up in the mountains of Alicante, but not very often. I forget, yeah. Alicante is at the bottom of some quite steep, I'm going to say cliffs, but yeah, I remember, when did I must have been in a car with someone driving past there. We went there one day. Did we? Yeah, we did, but only down by the beach. Only on the edge, on the outskirts, I'm not sure. But you'd love to get snow. Torrevieja's had snow once in 100 years, and it didn't stick. Oh, and it's jumped right at the bottom again. I've got to go all the way back there. Okay, I found it quickly enough. We shall keep the fire. We shall keep the fire. Tom, Mr. Tombstone, going to Valencia tomorrow. Intend to stay through December. Nice. Maybe you could hitch a lift down here with Ryan if he's coming down here at some point. Be nice to meet. Keeping Mike's feet to the fire. Oh, I haven't shown my feet for a while, have I? Yeah, when I used to lay on top of the bed in summer, yeah, my feet would be there, wouldn't they? Before the flies got to me and infected all of my wounds. I've been wearing socks and long trousers ever since. Farmer likes his drinks cold. The water comes from ice. It doesn't get a chance to melt. Lol. You get those stones that you can put in the freezer. Then you put them in your drink, so there is no, you're not watering, you're not diluting your drink, but you are cooling it. The only feet gang. Okay, let's not start. Love the way you describe whiskey, makes me thirsty. Was that? I've got. Oh no, that wasn't your first comment. Oh no, you'd said about the snow. That description basically. I mean, it's similar to what I did anyway, just naturally. But a guy called Nick Ricaita of Ricaita Law, Rekieta, used to. He's a lawyer. Is he a lawyer or was he a lawyer? He got himself in a bit of trouble. The Colombian marching powder. Got himself in a bit of trouble. But he used to, when he did his stream, which would be 11 o'clock at night his time, 11:30, basically 6 o'clock or thereabouts my time, he would often be sat there drinking, sipping on whiskey and sometimes sipping quite heavily. Mainly the description of how to sample the whiskey came from him. But it did closely match my own procedure. When you got mozzarella, are you asking who brought it to me? That would be from Karen. Clever dog. Oh, stealing my food? No, she's not. I shouted at her. I spent ages when she was younger. Well, she wasn't young when I got her, but I spent ages teaching her not to take unless she was given it. She's not supposed to take. So I would put food in her bowl and make her wait until I said yes, yes, yes. Things like that. She's not. If I haven't given it to her, she's not supposed to take it. But yeah, no. Fuet. That was Tom asking if it was fuet. No, Josie got it. It was chorizo. Farmer likes it when I shine the light on Tina to show her to viewers at 2 o'clock in the morning. She's like, "Why are you waking me up?" Yeah, I like it when the eyes just shine back like white, when all the light just reflects off the back of the iris, maybe. No, that's not right. Can't remember the parts of the eye. Oh, Tom! You got beaten and robbed in Barcelona. What the fuck? By locals or culturally enriched individuals? Doctors and engineers, as people call them now. And then Fama says kielbasa. And I've got, oh, okay, he was guessing at another. Is that another sausage? Yeah, it was chorizo, the spicy one. And this computer tube. Good evening, sir. Got a good deal for a month if I can get to a computer. No any internet cafes, he's asking Ryan. Barcelona is a shithole, says Ryan. Recommending Valencia. Oh, but still got the same type. Stay away from the centre. Okay. Speaking of sweat and teeth, oops, I just popped one chewing some. You just popped a tooth. Oh no. A tooth or a filling? We had snow just yesterday night. Snow in Amsterdam, really? Oh, I'm lying funny, folks. I'm sorry. Because I'm having to hold the chat to stop it jumping up and down. This arm and shoulders getting a little bit. Farmer asking Josie if she went tobogganing or sledding. Sledding or sledging. Portugal had a hard frost last night, -4. Whoa! Hold on. I'm about to. I'm down to. Okay. Shit, Mike, did you put some alcohol and cover the wounds on your feet? Oh, there's an antibiotic. Somebody brought me some antibiotic powder. Then I switched to just hand sanitizer. I mean, this is months ago now, isn't it? But I had 18 really explosive wounds that were really infected. When I squeezed them, which I tried to do every day to get the nastiness out, stuff was popping and shooting 18 inches. Let me come. That's 45 centimeters, nearly half a meter. This stuff was popping and pus and blood shooting over the. Yeah, you know. But that's a while ago. It's all better now. That's why she's clever. She understands the difference between when you're looking and when you're not. I guess. I was fucking fuming though. That was going to be like that was going to be the main flavour of. I wasn't sure whether it was going to be like a soup or a stew. I haven't got a blender or anything. Got a potato masher, but that was going to be like the base flavour for whatever it was I was going to end up cooking, and it was gone. And my only other options are either tins of tuna or to rob my Christmas present from Karen and either steal a tin of corned beef or a tin of chopped and shaped pork. Yeah, in the end I didn't cook them. I've just brought instead of soaking them for one night, I've soaked them for two nights, and I've ended up just bringing the chickpeas in. I'll have to use them in the next day or two. They're in the fridge. I'm alright. Black eye, blooded ear, and down €30. ID card and rain poncho. Eh? All your underwear? Have I told the story about when I woke up in the park with my shorts missing? Outer shorts, not underwear. Maybe we won't do that one now, unless you beg. I saw it here that you got a black eye, a wounded ear, money and ID card gone, poncho and underwear. That's got to be a bit embarrassing. One doctor and one engineer. Okay, to be exact. Okay. A half tooth. Still love wet. Great nourishing snack. Preserves well. It's probably fine if you've got teeth. Yeah. There's very little that I can't eat despite having no teeth. I can eat a steak perfectly. I can eat almost anything. Wet I can still eat, but it's just tough going. Chorizo's no problem. Any other sausages or meat, no problem. To be honest, I normally struggle. If someone asks, is there anything you can't eat, I would struggle to think of anything. Turon or whatever it's called, the stuff they do over here, the nougat, nugget, whatever you want to call it. Some of those nuts I can't eat. I have on occasion like put a bunch of nuts in a plastic bag and crush them down to not exactly a fine powder, but I do love peanuts. I got my teeth here somewhere. They're in a bag. They're in my toiletries bag. And I've got the glue that would hold them in for it would normally hold them in for a day or so, for most of a day, 12, 15, 18 hours. But once you start eating like peanuts and things, it gets under the plate, and they pop out within an hour or two. But it does. I do have the option of eating nuts. It's just I haven't put my teeth in since COVID, not once. I worry. See, when I listen to these streams, I seem to speak okay. It used to be that putting teeth in, I would lisp for the first 2 hours. Taking them out, I would then lisp again for a good couple of hours. I'm more or less. Sometimes the S's are a little bit lispy, but on the whole, I talk okay without them. They didn't take your phone or anything, Tom. You're still okay for phone, yeah? I assume you're on your phone now rather than a laptop or something. The time I woke up, I'll tell you a little bit about the time I woke up without my shorts. Like I said, short pants, short trousers. Not my. I still had my underwear. I think I got a bad beer in the last bar I was at, and I was walking through a park, and my suspicion is that I needed I needed a crap quickly, and not being like now I can squat and drop and it's no problem. Now I'm well experienced, but then I wasn't. This was back when I was still living in apartments and things, back when I was a normal person. So I suspect I took my trousers off to make sure I didn't mess them while squatting. And maybe I've taken them off and thought to myself, you must remember to pick those up after. You must pick those up after. And then maybe I've staggered off without them. I woke up still in a different part of the park the next morning, curled up on a bench with my t-shirt pulled down kind of tight, trying to cover my undies. And a friend, the guy who runs the bar at the top of the field, Kino, he went home and came back and brought me a pair of like jogging bottoms, but only 3/4 length. But yeah, alcohol, folks. Yeah. This is why I was always a more of a. If you've got a regular bar, so I always drank at this one kiosk in the park. I ventured in other places periodically, but my main. There used to be another bar I went to. That was my preferred bar, but that closed. So I adopted the kiosk. Weirdly, folks, this was the nearest bar to me in the middle of a park. I had no idea it was there for the first 2 or 3 months. I was walking past that field to go to my preferred bar, and I was walking past the field again to come home. And I remember in the middle of summer hearing like the chink of glass and things, and a murmur like people talking and laughing in the field. And I thought it was one of these botillons where the kids get together and they sit and they drink like a 2 litre bottle of cider, and the kids sit in the park and drink booze. So that's what I thought was going on when I heard noise and saw a bit of light in the park. 2 fucking months later, I discovered there's an actual kiosk there. Music playing, lights on, the shelter around the kiosk, and then tables and chairs out in the actual park. Been walking past it for months. But yeah, You confronted them. You did the trace my phone, find my phone thing. Okay, drinking with a bunch of Spaniards, and at some point the policia local woke me and I was blooded with all my effects nearby. Later, so you got done again? The doctors and engineers came and ransacked your stuff while you were napping. Really, Fama? Thieves giving back the phones because they're Android and they're looking for iPhones. Oh, why's my nose blocked? Got my phone back. Not the worst outcome. I think that's meant to be. Yeah. I trust very few. Yeah. Okay, and Farmer, I think I'm up to date there. If it's 2317, it is. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, punch, slap, chop, kick, click the like button, and consider subscribing. Wow, we're doing well on the thumbs up today. I thank you guys. I really do. I appreciate that. We struggled a few times lately to get the thumbs ups. Again, the thumbs ups. Are they thumbs ups or are they likes? Why is my nose blocked? Both nostrils. Normally your nose keeps one nostril clear. What's this about? I don't know. I have a potential solution. I happen to have the remnants of a bottle of brandy. Like enough for one more drink. I think. Unless I'm misremembering. Am I misremembering? Oh, did I put it down this side? Hold on, folks. Okay. My memory is better than I thought. I got that much left. That might be more than one. Depends whether I go for a 6 port or a 10 port. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Maybe 8 at a push. Now the question is whether to drink it neat and get the full benefits or to mix it with cola, which I have down here as well. My preference would be, as it's the end of the bottle, my preference would be to sip it. Purely for medicinal reasons because of the blocked nose. Okay. Josie's got a multi-monitor setup and she was working on the other one. I was just on in the background. Now she's really here. Ruzafa is a nice area. Never heard of it. I'm taking it as a district of Valencia. Or maybe you're talking about Barcelona still. I'm not sure. Did Tom say that he's in? Tom, did you say that you're in Valencia now, or that you're headed to Valencia? I'm scrolling again. I'm scrolling. Bit tired, so my English shall not be good. That's okay. Your English is better than my English. Your English is certainly better than my Dutch. Are the trains tomorrow morning? Okay, mate. Oh, my nostrils are clearing already. I think just inhaling the vapors. It's not the best glass for this. It's not a shot glass or brandy should be a bowl, shouldn't it? like a goldfish bowl, that you put in the palm of your hand, and your hand warms the brandy, and you get those vapors beginning, and then you do the thing like I said with the whiskey. You breathe into the glass, warm the vapors, warm the brandy, and then you inhale, and then you take your first sip. Hold it in your mouth again, just like the whiskey. Breathe in over your tongue with the brandy in your mouth, and you get the burn at the back of the throat. You get the taste. Swish it around in your mouth, but just hold it there. Get the burn. Maybe let the brandy run under your tongue, where your body can absorb things more quickly. Just under the tongue, there's an area on the underside of the tongue, and on that flesh that is under the tongue. There are receptors there that can speed certain chemicals directly into the bloodstream. This is why you put certain medications under your tongue. Nitroglycerine's the biggie. When people are about to have either a heart attack or an angina attack, whichever it is, they put the nitroglycerine under their tongue because it gets absorbed and goes directly into the bloodstream. Avoids the stomach and the digestion and all of that shenanigans. And you can do the same with alcohol. Under the tongue, folks. Oh. Nostrils are clearing, but nose is itching. There must be an allergy thing. Tom doesn't want to feel cold or see the snow this year. Well, waking up without your fucking underwear, waking up in a park or wherever you were, in the middle of Barcelona, that's likely to end up feeling cold. Josie's jealous. She's jealous of you being in Spain. I think that's meant to be being. Yeah. Don't want to feel cold or see snow. Well, Ryan was just saying that from Valencia you can often see snow up on the hills or mountains, whatever you want to call them, around the area. Too late. We wake up with white cars. Snow, yeah? Not just frost. I think you said earlier snow. It was quickly gone. Okay. Well, that's good, as long as it doesn't stay cold. Now, see, when I was a kid, when I was a child, you're excited to see snow. You want the snow. You want the snow to stay. But you don't understand that the little old lady down the road is going to fall over, break her hip, and kind of die within the next 6 months. Yeah, people are going to get injured. Car crashes are going to happen, and all of that. You don't notice that when you're a kid. You just want to have a snowball fight and build a snowman. Your priorities are different. You want to run down the garden path and stop and skid down the and go to a field that's got a hill and toboggan or sledge. What's the verb? You want to sled, I think is the correct tense. You want to sled down the hill. You're not thinking about the other people who are inconvenienced by the snow, the people who can't get to work. I think you might have stopped in the field for a crap. I don't know. It's just a guess. I don't know why someone would rob your underwear. And then what, leave you to put your rest of your clothes back on. You've not got a sore bottom, have you? They haven't had a prod at you. Hope not. Don't mind the weather, but your body reacts to it. That's what you hate. Is it rheumatism, arthritis or something? You sled on a sleigh. You see this, look, I'm being educated in my own language by bloody foreigners. Oh, took them from your rucksack, not the ones you were wearing. Okay, okay. That was a detail you missed out earlier when you were explaining it or not explaining it. Mr. Mike, did you have a look to the stuff we did bring you? Yeah. Most. I've actually still got some of the things that you brought. Obviously, most of the food items are gone. I possibly had a few go off before I got to them because so many. But then there's the useful things that you brought, the duct tape and the measuring jug thing, and oh, what else was there? Oh, the big black box itself, which I'm using to store things at the minute. Ah, I know there were other things, and I'm just being bad at not remembering, or I'm being bad at remembering. The electric stuff, yeah, the tablets and yeah. Oh, and cables as well, and things. Yeah. I'm sure I'm forgetting something else major, but yeah. Oh, now it's this shoulder that's hurting. I must be lying particularly strangely tonight. You right there, babe? You haven't stayed covered up. Stay in bed. She's snoring next to me now. I don't know if you can hear her. She's snoring, but she's uncovered herself from half the blankets. Yeah, everything's working that I need to work. Oh, one of the tablet works. I created my account, but whenever I try to log in on it, Google rejects me. So the device is working, but then Google blocks me, which I don't understand. It always just comes up with this message that I've changed my password too recently. And it's like, yeah, I've changed my password. I'm typing in the password that I created. I get an alert on my phone saying that I've logged in successfully on the tablet, but the tablet gives me a message saying, oh no, you haven't. The upshot is that I should really contact Google, but if you've ever tried actually contacting Google, that's not something that's ever going to work in the real bloody world. Everything else is a-okay. Absolutely. And I'm wearing the pair of the glasses that you brought me while you were here. When I had the bad legs, I was wearing the trousers that you brought me. Oh, and I'm wearing the other pair now, the like the camouflage ones. Yeah. Thank you. It's all been great. Oh, and thank you for the other night. That was incredible. Yeah, the tablet absolutely mechanically works. It's Google that have been the problem. Like I said, I get a message on my phone saying that I've successfully logged in on that tablet. It's just the tablet flashes up a message saying, oh no, you haven't. A little bit awkward, but what can you do? Eventually, I'll find a way to just add. I mean, I did a full reset. It was a like a reinstall, a factory reset. Maybe I'll try it again and just create a totally new Google account rather than using the account that I'm using on all the other devices. Look at me, I'm a tramp in a field talking about all the other devices. It's not so long ago I had nothing. I didn't even have a radio, folks. That was the longest, loneliest 4 or 5 months of my life. Didn't have any lights, no radio, no timepiece, no watch or clock or anything to begin with. When it got dark at 6 o'clock, that was my day over until almost 8 o'clock the next morning. And for the first half of it, I was laying out in a field with no tent or cover over my head. When you got dew at night, when it gets damp at night, I was laying out in it with a tarpaulin pulled tight over the bed and a little bit of spare that if it rained I could pull over my head. But basically we were laying out in a field if it rained. And for 14 hours, looking up at the sky, just waiting for morning to happen. And if you fell asleep, if I fell asleep and woke up, I had absolutely no clue. Have I had a 15-minute snooze or have I slept for 8 hours? Waiting for the petrol station to open, because then they put all the lights on under their canopy. And at that point, you know that it's 7 o'clock in the morning and that it'll soon be light. The day will start. But waking up, there were some nights, you know, when you have that little sleep and you wake up thinking, my God, is it tomorrow already? No, it's still only 8:30 at night. So you sleep again and you wake up. Surely it must be morning now. And it turns out that no, it's not even midnight. You've had 2 full nights sleep as far as you can tell. And it's only later, it's only once I got a clock, which I found in a bin. It's only once and I didn't have the right size battery. The clock took a AA battery and I only had a AAA. And I was jamming 3 1-cent coins behind it to make the length. It was only then that I could fall asleep, wake up, see the clock, and know that I've only had half an hour's sleep and not a full night's. And because it's gone dark at 6 o'clock or 6:30, something like that, you got nothing else to do, so you just get into bed, cuddle the dog, try and keep warm. Anyway, we talked about that one. Scrolling back, I got to scroll back. Okay. I don't know where the tablet's from. Someone gave it to me, told me it still works. It definitely does work, yeah. Yeah. With the glasses, I can read anything on the tablet. On the what I have found, when I didn't have these glasses and I was wearing the other pair, the ones that were the slightly wrong, I enlarged all the text on screen, and now it's really annoying me that the text is too big on the phone. So I'll have to go into the settings and find where that is. Because there's 2 or 3 related settings. You can set the font size, but you can also set like an enlargement. And I might have set both, and I've got to figure out how to go back to a normal view. Don't worry. I know you weren't fishing for thanks. I know that. It's okay. Snow in Mallorca. Yeah, someone mentioned that the other day. Yeah, Mallorca. Yeah. On that note, the weather was indeed much better across the border. So France, Narbonne, I'm still not familiar with it, but had a constant gale and felt like -1. Here I can walk around in a t-shirt. So yeah, through the day, absolutely. I've had a jumper on the last few nights, yeah, and the snood, the scarf thing, and even in the morning until about 10 o'clock, I keep the jumper on and the snood. I walk Tina about 8 in the morning, sometimes earlier if I'm awake earlier. I'm always awake earlier. If I'm awake and in the mood earlier, I'll take her earlier. Tonight, I don't need a jumper or the snood. I'm just in it's a long sleeve t-shirt. I mean, I am in bed. I'm under covers, but you know, the other night like my ears were freezing. My ears were cold, and the back of my neck. Today's so much warmer. And you where now? Oh, you're back. Yeah, you're in Barcelona tomorrow, Valencia. Josie likes Barcelona as long as you don't get robbed like Tom just did. Yeah, robbed and beaten up. Which is the definition of robbery, actually. Robbery isn't just theft; it's theft with violence or the threat of violence. Anyway, enough of my legal um, meanderings. See, this is what gets me, guys. This is what gets me. I was saying earlier about how I had a good memory when I was a kid and when I was younger. My problem was my interests are so wide, so many and varied that I never went deep on any one topic. I can't help thinking that I could have been a lawyer, or I could have been a doctor. I could certainly do the studying part, the learning, the memorizing, the remembering. Back then I could, now I couldn't. But I never stuck at any one thing. I never went in depth in any one topic. Know a little bit about lots of things, which isn't that practical. It's not that useful. If me now, if Delta Mike now could have a word with kind of 12-year-old or 15-year-old Delta Mike, that would be my advice. Pick one or two topics and go deep. Delve right in, concentrate, dig in. Stop all this prattling about with memorizing lots of random bits of shit. Stop watching QI and learning a little bit about lots of things. You can pick up like a medical textbook or a legal textbook and just fucking get stuck in. And whatever you do, don't do a business degree, because that was a crock of shit. Not Rob, Tom. Tom got robbed last night. Mr. Tombstone. That'll be what that we've been talking about that while you were on the other screen, maybe. I'm about halfway through the brandy that I poured, folks, and it really has done the job. That blocked nose that I had before, no problem now. It's maybe not ideal. It's not fully cleared, but it's. What is that? Hold on. Oh, that's on the screen. Oh, okay. I saw something on a black background, like the tent. I saw a white dot, roughly there, but it's not. When I scroll the chat and there are messages that way, there's an arrow comes up, and the arrow goes a little bit off screen, and I'm just looking at the top edge of the white circle. I think his pride's hurt more than anything. He's got a black eye and a swollen ear or some kind of injury to his ear. He probably woke up a bit stiff and sore, like you do after, like I did the other week. Well, it's more than just a week or two ago now, isn't it? When I had that stand-up fist fight for 2 hours. I was aching for the next week. Every muscle in my bloody body was aching and hurting. Some from where he'd kicked me. I don't really. He hit me in the face once. Other than that, I don't really remember him actually landing any punches. But the stress and strain of throwing punches yourself, and he was throwing stones at me, and I was throwing stones. The physical activity of throwing something as hard as you can, running after him up the fucking field. Yeah. But good lad, Tom. You'll be right in a day or two. I've had black eyes that have lasted 3 weeks. I had one once where my entire eyeball, the actual eyeball, turned red. When I looked at you, it looked like I was like some kind of fucking devil creature or something. So I had the big swollen thing. I had that. That went away after, I don't know, was it like 4, 5, 6 days? It gets blacker over the first 2 days and then it starts to fade. Inside of a week, it's almost gone. You can't tell it's there. But my eyeball stayed fucking bright red a good 3 weeks, maybe more. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, when you said you lost your underwear, I thought you meant the stuff you were wearing, not spare clothes from out the bottom of your rucksack. We're only on an hour, we're just over an hour and a half. Let me just scroll that, make sure I'm. Holy fuck. Oh, okay. Ah, Rob. Are you still here, Rob? Rob B. I haven't seen you post in a while. I didn't get an alert at the time, mate. Sorry. I would have thanked you if you're still here. If you're not here now, maybe you'll watch on the replay. But thank you, thank you, thank you. That's incredible. Um, the pair on me is the only one remaining. You've got your card. You can go to a shop and buy some more, or you can rinse them in the sink each night in the bathroom sink, and wash them out and hope that they dry overnight. Maybe you've got a radiator wherever you're staying that you can put them on. Are you sorted for accommodation in Valencia? I think you said something before that you've got a deal lined up or something. I assume we were talking about accommodation. Um, do you have fixed like travel plans, or are you making it up as you go, Tom? That's an interesting question. Whether you have like an itinerary already worked out, and whether things are booked on, or whether you're just rolling with it, as it were. Yeah, losing your ID card could be problematic, but you've got a passport, so you're kind of okay. I think you said you've still got your passport. Not that you need it for moving around Europe, do you? Which way round is it? Norway's in the EU, and I presume Schengen. Sweden isn't, but Sweden pays to be in the European Economic, whatever that's called. I've got EFTA as a European Free Trade Association, maybe. I'm not sure. Norway, not EU, but in Schengen. Okay, it's the other way around. Okay. I knew one was in and one wasn't, but pays to be. I don't know how to word it. You pay to get the benefits as if you're in, but without actually being in. I think that's the European Free Trade Association, but I might be pulling that acronym and name out of my backside. If you've been here a while, you know that yeah, no voting rights. Yeah, yeah. You have to follow the rules, but you don't get a say in the rules. I think the UK is going to end up something like that. I can see us coming back in, but I don't think the British public would allow that to happen too quickly. There has to be a dignified period of absence, otherwise we look like we're crawling back. Even though I don't think that Brexit's worked out the way anybody thought it was going to. I still understand why they did it. I understand the thinking behind it, even if it hasn't worked out in the end. Down to poor government not being able to negotiate properly. The ambassadors and negotiators didn't do a good job. No preparation by the British government going into that whole going into the referendum. You would have thought the government should have been preparing in case the vote was leave, and they didn't. And that means that we're going into negotiations unprepared, either unprepared or underprepared, without thinking through the bargaining positions and how things could go. I think we'll end up back in one form or another. I just don't think that they can rush. When you make one of these once in a lifetime decisions, you can't go back on it within kind of 10 years or so. Okay? You've got to wait 20, 25 years if you're going to reassess and reevaluate. Otherwise, it wasn't a once in a lifetime decision. We said the same about the Scottish referendum, whether Scotland wanted to go independent from the UK. It was talked up as a once in a lifetime decision, and then after 5 years they decided they wanted to have another go at it, and you're like, that's not how it works. A once in a lifetime decision, you got to decide what a lifetime or a generation or whatever is. Is it 20 years, 25 years? Is it 60 years? Are you talking about a generation, or are you talking about an actual lifetime? Difficult to go back on a decision once made. Tina, hey babe, this way. It's okay. You're walking up under the covers and you didn't know what was what. You're too warm now. Your body's a bit warm. Your head's not. Okay, babe, I got you. Daddy's here. I got you. Come this way. I'll pull the covers off, let you cool off a little bit. You are a little bit warm. Where was I, folks? I was in a rant about something. Yeah, Josie. Tom went to the UK to a it was like a 30th anniversary rave or something, to a place called Rotherham, and then from there he ended up in France. I'm not sure if he went directly or if he went somewhere else first. France and then now Spain. He's headed south for the winter. He doesn't want to see snow or feel cold. A month in Valencia for €400. You need a computer though. Well, what are you chatting with us on now? On your phone? Why won't that work? Phones can do pretty much everything a computer can do. Two of you little fuckers. So you're going to get an apartment for a month and you're paying like that. That's a long-term rate. That's the rate that you would pay normally if you were staying somewhere. Well, it would be a good rate. That would be like the monthly rate if you were there for a year. Like a month would normally be holidaymakers rate. You'd pay 3 or 4 times that amount. Not work, no. Oh, unless he needs a computer so that he can do super enriched. Oscar's in the house. Councillors rejoining the EU, they hate us and only want to fleece us like before. We need leaders with integrity. You talking about the people or the governments? I think governments dislike us, but when you meet European people, they don't have any. Most of them don't have any ill will or ill intent towards Brits. Heard stories. Do you remember the one like lorry drivers? Lorry drivers came over on a ferry and they had like a sandwich in their truck or whatever. And it gets confiscated by the customs people on day one of the new rules. Like for the last when was 1974 or whenever? Let's call it 50 years. For the last 50 years, that the lorry drivers could have a sandwich in their truck that came from Britain and that was taken over to Europe. For 50 years, it's been safe and fine. On day one of new rules, no, that sandwich is not allowed. We're confiscating it. Because what? What changed? Was it suddenly more dangerous? Or was it just officious bureaucrats being officious bureaucrats? That kind of shit's annoying. And the people that do it are annoying. The guy could have just said, listen, that's now against the rules. I'll let you off this time, but don't do it again. But no, he had to be a big fanny about it. I don't think European people hate us. There is a slight anti-tourist movement in some places. Barcelona, for one, against Brits. Well, no, against tourism in general, against tourists in general. It's not against Brits. Mainly, though, protests against foreigners are not about other Europeans. Mainly protests against foreigners are like we had an hour down the road from here the other month. What was that called? Not dispatch, a Torre de... I'm not going to get there. I'd never heard of it before it happened. But it was against the engineers and doctors. The cultural enrichment. Don't set me off. Don't set me off. Farmer's back. Governments, yeah. Try to do it through the browser on my phone. You can do most things, yeah. You have to do the, people call it pinch to zoom, but it's an unpinch, isn't it? Pinching makes things smaller. Move around whatever page you're on and enlarge sections and move around and fill whatever fields in that you need to fill in. It's usually totally possible. Often turn your phone landscape, because whatever page you're on, you'll see less of it, like depth-wise, but you'll see it larger if you turn the phone landscape. Oh, the Airbnb app wants biometrics. Won't accept payments without the biometrics. Yeah, no, very good price, mate. From what you say, so that's just as long as you're reading it right, and the deal is just a single month for 400. When you see something like 400, that's usually the long-term rental price rather than short stay. This was, yeah, Tom. What a duplicitous bunch. The government, the bureaucracy, those are and this was what Cameron and co, David Cameron and his government, this was what they were trying to, the threat of leaving the EU and taking, what were we? We were the second or third largest net contributor. The threat was to try and scare them into renegotiating and doing things differently, and to bring about change, not just in what we paid as a country and what we got back, but try to change the structure of the whole thing and change the way things were being done. And they called our bluff, I guess. And then we double dared them, didn't we, by actually saying, okay, then we're fucking off, we're gone. And this was what the British people, I'm going to say as a whole, but it was 50, what was it, 52-48, 52% versus 48. But it was that general dissatisfaction with the way things were done. European Parliament, European court, European whatever, had all of the machinery, all of the bureaucracy around everything. That was what the British reconnecting. That was what the British people had a general. Not, I mean, most people don't have an in-depth knowledge of the workings of the machinery of their own government. Never mind the European government. But yeah, that was the general dissatisfaction, and the feeling that it was a gravy train, and the see the purpose of, you got to step back and ask, what is the purpose of government? The purpose of government is to take money out of your pocket and my pocket and to give it to big business. That's not what they tell you the purpose of government is. They'll tell you the purpose of government is to serve the people and to do blah blah blah. But no, the purpose of government is to take money out of each and every one of our pockets and to give it to big business. The government never hires Bob the baker down the road. They hire Capita or some other large entity, some other large company, set up, probably owned by people sitting in the House of Lords or some billionaire friend of theirs. The money never goes to regional business. They're taking your money, they're taking that business's money, and they hand it to big business in our name and supposedly on our behalf. But look what happened during COVID. There were actual factories that would normally make equipment, personal, what was it called? PPE, personal protective equipment. There were companies sat there who do that and who could have scaled up to do more. Who did the contracts go to, though? They went to a friend of a government minister who ran a bar, but who said he could get it done. So they gave him like 10 million or 100 million or millions, just, and whether it's 10 or 100, it's just a wave of a hand. Okay, Fred down the pub says he can do it, let's give him the contract. What about the factory that's already there doing this kind of stuff? Maybe they could build an extra wing in the next few weeks, or get some porter cabins or something, and hire some extra staff, and it's what they already do. Maybe they could get some of their ex-staff back temporarily to jump in and do the job. No, Fred, the guy from behind the bar down the pub, he's got the job. And the other one, some Baroness something or other, she took $1 billion. Billion. She says she's got all these staff and she'll have to lay them off, and she does a false claim on the, what was it called, the furlough payments, to lay staff off. It turns out she had a fraction of the staff that she said she had. And to this day, nobody got any of that money back. And she never went to jail. She just argues and argues and argues that no, that's not right. No, you've got the facts wrong. Well, what are the facts? Oh, I can't remember. Billion, which actually is like 800 or 900 million, but close enough to $1 billion. Not not million. Billion. The role of government is to take money out of your pocket and to put it in the hands of the rich. Here endeth the rant. Just petty the haters. That was the sandwich and the customs guys, I assume. Yeah, occasionally websites might work only in landscape. Even if they work both ways, they're just more visual. They're just, if you imagine the width of the web page shown on your phone while your phone's portrait, but then the width of the web page shown the width of your phone when it's landscape, you just get more clarity. Oh, fuck. Careful now. Met a bunch of Germans in the Alps, says Oscar. Arrogance hasn't mellowed after 2 world wars. Despicable. Now they want to build an army again. Yeah, it's kind of arguable, that one, isn't it? Is it Germany rearming and building an army, or is it Germany stepping up and doing their share of their responsibilities as a large country within Europe? Tom, hold on. Germans are how they are. When I eventually got to my hostel at 5 a.m. and tried to sleep, 2 of them were getting up and making a ruckus. On the other hand, they left me a Heineken for the trouble. There you go. Yeah, you see, there's Josie agreeing with me that 400 per month for an apartment is usually a long-term lease. I had a 2-bedroom house for 450. Having said that, it's nearly 10 years ago now, isn't it? 8 or 9 years ago. 450 for a 2-bedroom house. But yeah. Oh, but the apartment I was in when I got made homeless, so that's what, 3.5 years ago, let's say. That was only 400. Different area, wasn't as good an area. But that was only 400. 400 for the apartment, 50 a month for the bills, for the electric. Averaged 50 a month. It was I paid the bill stayed in the landlord's name, in the owner's name, but they would send the agency copies of the bills. So I had to pay the gas and, not gas, the water and electric, and it averaged about 50 a month. So 450 all in, really. That's only 3-4 years ago. Yeah, Josie and Peter are coming here in November next year. That'd be nice for you. I hope you don't mind me saying, but I hope I'm not still here. But I wish you all the best either way. But yeah, let me go. Germans are how they are. Yeah. Whoa! It jumped. Where are we? No. How far? Oh, it's jumping while I'm scrolling. Let me go back. Okay, I think I'm in the right spot. The hidden hands, says Andy. Yeah. I wish I could stay for a year. This was my plan, but just found out I can't without losing a big chunk of my benefits. December, January, then maybe back home. Yeah, Oscar. Yeah, the old bloke, the World War II veteran who went on telly and he says he wondered why we bothered liberating Europe. Not just because of Europe, though. I mean, he was complaining about the British government more than anything, wasn't he? About the state of how it's ended up. He was hinting at the invasion. Those doctors and engineers again, I guess. But the way that like veterans, ex-army, are left homeless on streets and things, and people who've never paid into the people who've defended the country and paid their taxes and whatever all their lives, homeless on the street. Johnny come lately steps off the rubber dinghy and gets housed. Not only that, but he can apply and bring over 2 wives later and other family, aunts and uncles and fucking all sorts. Wasn't there one guy who applied and was given permission to bring, I think it was 10 relatives over. This wasn't just wife and kids. It was like mum and brother and sister and nephews and nieces. The guy doesn't even have permission to fucking remain. And he's bringing a fucking busload of others over. Oh. You have German people and then you have Krauts, the arrogant and loud people from the same land. Gotta be careful with our language here, you're gonna get me in trouble. Wow. The last 2 years rent prices are out of it. A house that was 500 in 2022 is now 1200. Crazy. Why do our leaders not learn from history? The problem with our leaders is that they're not doing what we're telling them to do. We vote them in on the basis of a set of election promises that they never ever live up to. They backtrack on them within weeks of coming into office. A year in and they've met none of their obligations under that kind of social contract that they put out a piece of paper saying, this is what we stand for, this is what we're going to do for you if you vote us in. That's a contract. We will do this if you do that. That's literally a contract. And then they don't do it. They just say, oh, circumstances have changed, policies have changed. Oh, it's more difficult than we thought because the other side sabotaged it when they were in. It's all just excuses, obfuscation, blame game. Come up with a reason for why we can't do what we said we'd do. They're not fit for purpose. Not fit for, and it's not just in Britain. Look at America. Who's that woman that just announced that she's going to retire? She used to be a big Trump supporter. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think. She was a big Trump fan. They've fallen out over something. She says it's not working, so she says she's leaving government. Fine, leave. Oh no. What does she do? She announces that she's going to leave in the middle of January. 2 days after, she gets a forever pension for having been a US senator. She didn't retire now on principle. She's retiring, she says, on principle because she disagrees with something. But she doesn't do it now. No. 2 days, not the day after her pension vests and becomes a thing. No, that would be too obvious if you did it like on the day or the day after. 2 days after. Because then nobody could possibly accuse her of hanging in there just to take money out of your pocket. Well, not your pocket. If you're American, money out of your pocket. She's hanging on in there to a specific date 2 days after she gets a pension for life because she was a senator. She was supposedly one of the good ones, they said. They're all on the gravy train. Because they're there for the money, not the people. Yeah, exactly what I was just saying, yeah. I would not get out of bed to fight for this country. Deliberate misspelling, okay. Promises, you mean lies? Yeah, I mean, but yeah, the idea of, what do they call it when you have an election and they put the document out? There's a name for the document. I'm not going to get it. I almost got it, and then it went away from me. Now I'm left strangely with the word consensus in my head, and that's nothing like it. what's it called? Manifesto. The government. See, traditionally, here's the thing. In Britain, I don't know if other countries do this. So after the election, the new party, the new winner comes into power. And there's all these debates in Parliament. It's not like America where the top guy just signs something and makes a declaration and it becomes a thing. You still have to debate each new law and each change and everything that they're going to do and debate budgets and things. But we have a tradition in Britain. Anything that was in the manifesto that the winning party had, if it's in their manifesto, the opposition does not challenge it in the debates. They let it go through. The reason being, historically, that's the clear will of the people. If Party A says we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and these things get debated in Parliament, what right has the opposition got to block it? That party said that's what they're going to do, and that party got elected by the British people. And so that, historically, goes through unchallenged. It doesn't quite happen like that anymore. They create a ruckus, they create a fuss, they put on a show of protesting about it. It goes through anyway, because the party that's just won the election's got the most MPs. They're obviously going to win. In a first past the post, two-party kind of system, or mainly two-party kind of system. It'd be different if it was proportional representation. There'd be a lot more haggling with multiple different parties. But we don't have that. It's kept clear and clean and simple, supposedly. But it doesn't go through unchallenged anymore like it used to. But the party doesn't always do. They get in, half the things they said they were going to do, they don't even put forward to do. They'll say, oh, circumstances changed. No, that's not the right way. We're going to do this other thing instead. So their pledge was to reduce taxes, let's say. Oh, there's a black hole in the accounts. There's money missing. No, we can't do that. We can't reduce taxes. We can't even keep them the same. We're going to have to put them up. It's a total fucking reversal of what they said they were going to do in the manifesto. But they get away with it. Because they just bluster their way through and say, oh no, circumstances changed. We didn't know that that other party had spent too much and that there isn't as much money as we thought. Blame the other party. My nose is getting blocked again, folks. I do have a little bit of my brandy left, but not much. I'm guessing, I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling through my notifications. I'm guessing that Rob B had left by the time I said thank you. I didn't see it straight away. Got their 30 pieces of silver and then some. Yeah. Do you mean Spain or UK? I was talking about the UK mainly, but I think the same applies everywhere. The people who want to be in power are the exact people we should not let be in power. This is why my idea is to have MP duty, politician duty, be assigned at random like jury duty is. With maybe some kind of an IQ test or something. Selected at random, then given an IQ test, just to make sure that they're not a total fucking retard. But then that's it. If you're elected as MP, you serve as an MP. No political parties, no political allegiances. You debate the issues. You find common ground with other people. Maybe you find like a coalition on a certain topic, but then on the next topic you don't all agree and you go your own way again. And out of those, maybe they select themselves somehow a cabinet, people who seem experienced in a field. So if you were a doctor for the last 20 years, you go and you be the health minister. So it's not just elected idiots that know nothing about health service. You put people who've got experience in that field in charge of that field. Proper qualified accountants or economists or something in charge of the exchequer, in charge of the money. And you go like that. And once you've got your cabinet, maybe they pick amongst themselves as to who should be prime minister. And you have it something like that, or maybe you pick the cabinet gets kind of selected by the others based on experience and knowledge, but maybe then you have a random selection of which one of you also wears the hat of prime minister. I don't know. I haven't fully thought it through. I'm talking on the fly, but it's something I've thought through a little bit in the past. It's a suggestion that I have that we remove politics from politics, remove party politics from politics. I don't see what allegiances to a political party. I don't know what that brings to the party. I don't know what that gives us. So let's say you're an MP and you're getting however much it is nowadays, £80,000 a year or £100,000 a year, whatever it is. But because you're a member of the Labour Party pays you another £30,000 a year. But only if you vote the way that they say on certain issues. Still not getting it. I don't know if you saw the fly that just came towards me. I don't know why they're allowed to accept other money beyond their wage as an MP. Why is the Labour Party paying people extra? And the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democrats, whatever they're called nowadays. They're getting away to be an MP and represent their constituency. But Labour throws them 20 or 30,000 and now they're representing the Labour Party. And if they vote in the wrong way on something where they've been told not to, they lose what's called the whip, which is a fancy way of saying they lose that extra wage for voting the way they've been told by the Labour Party. To me, that's just fucking corruption. You're being paid by the British people to represent the British people. Oh no, we now take an extra payment from a political party to vote the way that the leader of that party tells us. Fuck off. What? No. If I take a job at McDonald's and then Burger King pay me money to do something different while I'm at that job, while I'm at McDonald's, Burger King throw me an extra 5,000 a year to keep messing orders up or something. Would that be allowed? Would that be legal? You're being paid by an employer to do something, but now you're doing something different because somebody else paid you and told you to do it different. I don't see the difference between those two things. Political parties don't add anything. To me, it's a layer of corruption right at the heart of the political system. But that might just be me. They're fit for purpose if the purpose is kickbacks. Yeah, what's the one in America called? The old woman who's going to step down at the next election. Oh, I can picture her. Nancy Pelosi. I got there this time. Yeah. Started in, I think it's the Senate. Started in the Senate as just a normal person, middle class, a little bit wealthy, but nothing special. And now she's worth fucking hundreds of millions. They're the one group of people where it's not illegal to do insider trading. If they know that there's a law going to be passed affecting a certain industry and that's going to have a certain effect, they get in and either buy or sell shares ahead of time and make a killing time after time after 20 years, 30 years, 40 fucking years. Anybody else did that, they'd be banged up for insider trading. For some reason they're allowed and nobody touches them. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Who's that money come from? It's come from the poor suckers who were buying a share thinking something was going to go a certain way when she was selling shares knowing she's not taking the same gamble they are. They're they're doing a coin toss. They're doing a coin toss and going a certain way. She's betting on a certainty. For some reason, so she wins his money basically. If he's shorting a stock or well, what's the opposite? Longing a stock? That doesn't sound right. But he's taking a coin. He's taking a coin toss, and when he loses because she's betting on a certainty, she's taking his money. So the purpose of government is to take your money and either put it in their own pockets or big business. It's that simple. The UK, the United Kingdom is a myth. We're more disunited than ever. I think I agree. I see a serious possibility of either a major uprising or an actual civil war. Labour didn't get a majority vote. Yeah, most people didn't vote. That's always a point, but you had the option of voting. What's the point when all the parties are useless? Yeah, that goes back. What was the film? Was it Richard Pryor film? It's either Gene Wilder or Richard Pryor, or possibly both. It might have been Brewster. What's that film where he gets given money and he has to spend it all? Vote none of the above. There should literally be on the ballot paper, there should be an option at the bottom, vote none of the above. And if that wins, everyone who stood for Parliament is now banned from Parliament, either for a fixed period or maybe for life. Everybody out, and they have to get a whole new set of MPs, a whole new set of potential MPs. That'd be an interesting experiment, because I'm fairly certain that none of the above would win every second election, I think. Too logical for politics, yeah. They're not only useless, they're corrupt liars. This is, I think so. Josie works with the government, not for the government. Sometimes they ask me, why are you not working for us? Why are you not working for us? Then I answer, I can reply on a question with yes or no. Okay, yeah. You can reply. Yeah, they never answer questions, do they? When they've been interviewed. What, are you for this? Well, I'm glad you asked me that, because if you look back historic, and off they'll waffle. And of course, the other party do this and they do that, and they're bad guys and we're the good guys. Yeah, but are you for it? And you can't get a yes or a no out of them. That's fine. We're going off a bit political, folks. Let's see if we can peel it back a bit and find some other topics, maybe. They can't answer with a yes or no, yeah. Gene Wilder found Richard Pryor, who was blind. Wasn't that a different film? Hear no evil, see no evil. Something like that. I don't think that was the vote none of the above. Richard Pryor had a bad end to life, didn't he? Did he set himself on fire? Was it deliberate or accidental? Was he smoking in bed, or was it pour petrol and set himself on fire? The guy had a lot of mental issues in his life. He had a rough life. Brought up by a prostitute mother, living above the brothel. I was looking for a brothel is the better word I could come up with. What are you going to do with your birthday? I've absolutely no idea. I don't know. Karen's here for a few days at the minute, but she'll be gone before my birthday happens. She's already given me my present. She gave me that the last time because she didn't think she was coming back before Christmas. What am I going to do? I might just go to the supermarket, buy a few things, and cook myself something nice. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do. But I won't be I won't be baking a birthday cake. See what I did there? I mixed up baking and birthday, and I ended up with birking. I won't be baking a birthday cake, will I? No oven kind of setup. Yeah, it'll just be another day. 57 years old this time, I think. Yeah, quick check of the maths. That works out. 57 on Saturday, and it'll just be another day. Maybe I'll take Tina out for a walk. Maybe we'll stop at a cafe bar somewhere and have a coffee. I just had a thought, but I don't know whether I should or not. Whether I should do the thing I was thinking of, not whether I should have a thought. I could go to Tweety's. As long as I'm wearing a pair of shoes that I can actually walk there and back in without killing myself, like last time. That'd be a bit of an expensive treat. I don't think... Oh, actually... after you yesterday and Rob today, I maybe do have enough to treat myself to splash out a little bit on that. Last time I went, it cost me €20, just over. But that's because I think I had 3 beers last time I went. The fish and chips and mushy peas was I think it was about 12. Then I had 3 beers. If I limit myself either to just 1 beer or 1 or 2 beers, keep it well under 20. I don't know. That sounds a bit extravagant. I don't know whether I've got enough to Christmas cancelled here. Guess why? Yeah, this is those doctors and engineers again, isn't it? Now you can buy an evergreen tree, but not a Christmas tree. Christmas markets are shut down because someone might shoot someone, stab someone, or drive a car through the middle of the market. Oh, but they claim it's not because of that. We just haven't got the budget this year. Yeah, you haven't got the budget for the fucking security that you need to stop Abdul coming after you. What was the one the other day? Somewhere in Germany. I think somewhere in Germany. Abdul goes along and starts asking the butchers whether the meat's halal. Why haven't you got any halal meat? Mate, it's a Christmas market. Christ, Christian. This guy goes off about fucking why have you not got any halal options or whatever. Fuck off. Yule, that's you Norse guys, isn't it? Your Yule log and candles and trees. I mean, the Christmas trees from you guys, isn't it? In fact, to this day, Norway sends London a Christmas tree every year. Well, they send it to Britain. But of course, London takes it. You think a gift from one country to another wouldn't just always end up in the capital? Why is it not in a different city each year? Put it in Manchester, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Sheffield, Leeds, Coventry. Coventry would be a significant one after the brunt they took in the war, the bombings. Allegedly, that Churchill knew about and didn't evacuate the city because that would have let them know that we'd cracked the Enigma code. This is disputed. This isn't an absolute. This is not me saying something is absolute. This is a debated and disputed historical fact. But it might be true. There must be something, because these are little flies, there must be something about the way I reach for them. I must push a band of air towards them. So as I'm clasping at them, they must be getting pushed out by the inrush of air. I don't know. Oh, now Tom's off on some deep lore about the Royal Navy doing something wrong. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. What was this? He didn't die. What? Hold on. I thought he died from being set on fire. He survived that for many years after. Oh, that'd be even worse, though, wouldn't it? Burns are especially big burns, lots of burns. Which way does the numbers go? In some situations, you count upwards for how serious something is, and in some other ones, you count down. So first degree burn, that's just the superficial stuff, yeah. Then you got second degree, third degree, and then you discuss what percentage of the body is burnt. Third degree burns to 80% of the body, and you're almost certainly dead, even if you survive initially. I think third degree is the worst. I could be wrong. It's like the DEFCON numbers. Everyone thinks that DEFCON 5 means that a nuclear war has already happened, and it's not. The numbers go the other way. Defense Condition 1 turns it over to the generals to push the button when they're ready. Happy birthday, says Farmer. Like I said, it's not for another week yet. Is Karen back there? She is. I don't think... I was trying to work out earlier whether it's 3 weeks or 2 weeks since you left. I think it's only 2. Yeah. I don't know if I'm even allowed to say. I probably should have kept my mouth shut. Yeah, I say go for it, Mike. You're talking about Tweeties. That would take 10% of everything I've got in PayPal at the minute, and half of that, what I do have came in the last 2 days. 3 days. No, 2. Well, how long ago was Friday? Fuck, what day is this? Who's the president? What year is this? 2 days. Bring back Yuletide joy, family and friends. Christ and all of Jehovah can bugger off. It's a radical take, Tom. It's a radical take, but yeah, okay, the Norse traditions. Because it was just, yeah, the Christian holiday, Christmas, did just kind of hijack already existing midwinter festivals, didn't it? Basically, deepest, darkest midwinter. Some systems say 21st of December, some say 23rd. But yeah, you're for them to land a holiday right on top of that, bar a couple of days, it's not coincidence, is it? Nobody knows when. Oh, I'm going to get myself in real trouble if I carry on with that sentence. I'm going to do it anyway. Never let it be said. There's not even any actual documentation that Jesus ever actually existed. Other people from 500 years prior to him are known. There are statues, there are written accounts, there are monuments. there's not a shred of proof that Jesus actually existed. Controversial take, I know, but it's true. There isn't a gravestone, that there's not a marker. There are no written accounts at the time. The written accounts that we have are basically from 300 years later. You can argue about whether they were passed down by word of mouth for that 300 years. But, yeah. Even the supposed guys that were there at the time all disagree with each other, and anything that they might have said, as far as is recorded, was said 40, 50, 60 years after the events. Supposed events, alleged events, possible events. What's the right wording, folks, before I get cancelled? Yeah, it's tricky, and it's tricky to talk about, but Josie, no, you already sent me money. You sent me money on Friday night last. No more. We're good. It's okay. Thank you. You sent too much then. You sent too much then. Yule is English too. We did have Yule. Yeah, we're aware of the concept. Probably because of you guys being over here in 900 and whatever that was. 970 whatever. I'm not going to mention Lindisfarne and all of that. That might have been the Danes rather than you guys, but you were all at it. You were all getting in your boats and coming rowing over. The men of the north. But yeah, where was I? I got thrown off there by Josie. Yule is English too. Okay. Yeah, we're aware of Yule tide and Yule logs and yeah. I haven't got anything much more to say on it than that, but yeah, we're aware of it. We know, and a lot of these, the Christmas trees themselves, just as a thing, is from pagan, just as a word, as a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a term to slag someone off. It's just oh, you're not Christian, therefore you're pagan. It's not an actual thing. It's not like people run around saying, hey, we are the pagans. It's a slur, basically. You're not one of us. It's othering of people. But yeah, Christmas trees, Yule logs, feasting. I mean, there was already a feast before Christianity. Just that whole deepest, darkest midwinter thing. I think, you see, the Danish model, when they get off the boat now, if they are allowed off the boat, they're told, we do this, we do that, we do the other. We do Christmas, we do this, we give presents, we have a Christmas tree, we sing carols. Join in. And if you're not happy with that and can't live with that, get back on the boat and fuck off back. Is basically, to summarise. You see, most of us, in Britain at least, I don't know about other countries, America's more religious as far as I can tell. Spain certainly is more religious than the UK. But in the UK, most of us that celebrate Christmas aren't active Christians. We're not church attendees. We don't pray. We don't do it. It has just become a commercial. It's just a thing that happens. We acknowledge that our society is based off formerly Christian values, but now they're just the values of our society. The whole be kind to each other and party on dude kind of wild stallions thing. So we're from that tradition, and those are still our traditions, even if we're not actively religious. So there'd be no problem with someone who was Muslim putting up a Christmas tree and some flashing lights, giving presents, And when you say Merry Christmas to them, instead of them going, no, I don't, why don't they just say Merry Christmas back? That'd be simple enough. It doesn't involve any religious commitment to just say Merry fucking Christmas, put a tree up and have some flashing lights, eat some turkey. Okay, they're not going to have the pigs in blankets. There's not going to be any chipolata sausages wrapped in bacon. Fair enough. Adapt. But you can still have some fucking Brussels sprouts and a bit of Yorkshire pudding and roast. It's join in. You don't have to be like a fucking devout Christian to acknowledge that Christmas is a thing. Like I said, if someone says Merry Christmas to you, say it back. Don't go, no, we don't. And take offence, take umbrage. Why do that? What's it cost you just to say Merry Christmas back? And a Merry Christmas to you, mate. I hope you have a good one. It's not a big deal. That's not betraying your religion if you're not, if you're Muslim or Jewish, it doesn't hurt just to. I mean, how many people put a menorah in their window? Is it 5 or 7 candles, whatever that is? That's a very Jewish thing. Adapt, cross-pollinate, take these things on board as long as they're not totally antithetical to your own beliefs. And I don't think that replying Merry Christmas when someone says Merry Christmas to you, I don't think that means that you're apostate. You haven't turned your back on your own religion just because you say Merry Christmas back at someone who says it. Maybe I'm ranting. Farmer thinks everyone should get together, celebrate Christmas, put up lights, go to the markets, do all the things, and show that that no one will stop us. I kind of agree to a large extent. You're still rolling the dice, though, aren't you? You're not going to be happy if you wake up the next day and half your family are dead because someone stabbed them or ran them over. Third-degree burns to over half his body. Spent 6 weeks in LA hospital. Made a recovery. Never be a full recovery, will it? Third-degree burns to half his body. So he would have been seriously close to not making it through. That would have been touch and go for a few days. Whoop. Okay, that shouldn't have done that, but it did. Yeah, Farmer saying he's confirming it. He thinks I should go. Pagan is not only a word. Wiccan, the witch. It would be bad to say witchcraft, wouldn't it? Yeah, I know what I mean, even if I can't say it properly. The Angles would have celebrated Yule too. Well, they were from Germany, or well, they were from the area that is now Germany. In that, it's probably not a one-for-one match. The Angles and the Saxons. Yeah, I can see that. The Germanic tribes. Okay, I don't often see people doing the X instead of the Christendom, but they don't want to say Chris because so Xtendom. That's nice. Not many people would have understood what you did there, but okay, I get it. Christendom was horse meat. Only after Christendom was horse meat banned, and the focus shifted from weathering the winter with good friends to celebrating some. Okay. I thought maybe it's a typo and you were trying to say joy, but no, I read the next word, and you got to be careful where we go with this conversation, folks. You'll be having us. Josie celebrates every morning. She celebrates the fact that she woke up again. Yeah, that's a good plan. Always celebrate because one day you won't. Maybe. everyone until now has faced that day. I could go off here on one of my rants about how it's possible that people might start living forever. If we ain't get the science right, it could happen. Oscar's off for sausage, mash, and onion gravy. Nice. Bangers and mash. Be back in 10. You making it yourself? Or are you off down the shop to buy it? No. Or have it delivered? No. What time is it? Nearly 1 o'clock here. Nearly midnight there. Okay. Celebrating some view from Netherlands. Hold on. Scrolling. How far behind am I? Oh, I'm not. I don't want anyone here. Absolutely no one. Also can't just sit inside or change my ways. No, I agree. I'm just saying that you have to acknowledge the fact that you are rolling the dice. There's somebody out there. It's okay. People are... Hey. People are allowed to walk past. As long as they're not up to no good. It's okay. Quiet. I don't hear anyone, guys. Is it people or is it animals? Yeah, okay, good. Quiet. I'll protect you. You know I'll protect you. Daddy's got your back. Daddy's got your back. I think he's going to be back, Famar. He hasn't gone. I think he said he'll be back in 10. Wait. My nose is blocked again. Or getting that way. We're creeping up on the... folks, yeah, hit the like. If you haven't already, you could always hit the like button. I'm gonna do my spiel now, just because some of you that are here won't have been here from the start and won't have heard me. So, you are watching... Let me do this in the right order. You are watching... The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. A homeless guy. A tramp. A hobo. A vagrant. An indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who sleeps rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Fortunately nowadays in a tent, but that wasn't always the case. And when I first got here, I did literally sleep out in the field for a good 3 months until I built myself a shelter. So that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, Costa Blanca South. This is a TrampCast Hangout. TrampCast is a show I do where I discuss the last 7 days. I discuss 7 days. It's meant to be the last 7 days in my life, but we are about 3 months behind. But that's not this. This is a different show. This is a TrampCast Hangout, where I just chat with you guys, respond to chat, answer questions, tell you whatever my thoughts and feelings are on various subjects, maybe detail some of the happenings in the last few days in my life, talk about my doggy darling. So that's what we do here, and that's what we're doing now. Anyone who's new, you're welcome. Come and say hello, introduce yourself. Maybe tell us what country, maybe what city or town you're in. What's the weather like where you are, guys? Come and join in the fun. I try and stay clear of contentious politics, but these guys like to drag me in those directions sometimes. We've covered politics and religion, or tangentially religion at least. I'm just scrolling, folks. Let me... I don't know, Mike, he says. Farmer says, I don't know, Mike. When you get elbows deep in the gravy and then the mashed potato hits, it does something to you. This is true. Bangers and mash is a good one as well. Bangers and mash, and you want an onion gravy, and maybe a few chopped up spring onions, scallions on top. Um, Sometimes called green onions, I think, by some people. I don't know why we've got 3 or 4 different names for the same thing, but there you go. But I try to cover all bases for people both sides of the Atlantic. Um, I try. Mr. Tom Tombstone says, "Yeah, I'll be careful not to offend. Try to remain factual when possible." Yeah, that's a good policy. But factual can still offend if people disagree with your version of facts. But yeah, we're all good. I need to move this and balance this a different way, otherwise it risks falling over. I don't think I've had a drink for a while, have I? I am. Where are we? We're nearly 3 hours in, folks. I'm halfway through my first can. I made a mistake earlier. I brought 3 cans. Normally I will sit the light on top of 3 cans, and I'll have a 4th can. I only brought 3 across, so the light is balanced on 2 cans. And I have to remember when I get close to the end, guys. If we're still here, if we're still talking, remind me not to crush the can, because I'll have to put this back under to replace one of those 2, so that it's still on 2 cans, even if one of them's empty. Otherwise, we'll end up like we did the other. We'll end up like we did the other day with a lamp, with a lantern, sat balanced precariously on just one can. That's very precarious. If you know my history with this lantern, this lamp, it has a habit of falling over and knocking drinks over, or knocking the phone on the floor. This phone has been dropped so many times, folks. Living in a field, if it gets dropped on the floor, it's on a hard floor. Even though there's a tent there, it's still on a hard floor. There's not an infinite number of times. There's only a finite number of times you can drop the phone before one day you're gonna crack the glass or break something. So yeah, I've got to be careful of that. Here we go. Did the lamp eat the other cans? Not yet, but hold on. Whoa, it jumped. Why is it jumping like that again? The fact is, in the sagas, it is clear that Yule is an ancient tradition in the north, and horse was eaten. The strongest stood, was sacrificed, a feast for all the family and the neighbours too. Yeah, it's that deepest, darkest midwinter thing, isn't it? You've already spent a couple of months eking out your last supplies, or so you've already been struggling. So a big feast, a sit down, a get together, celebrating the fact that you've got to the turning point, and from that moment on, the days are going to start getting longer and the nights are going to start getting shorter. It's not going to start getting warmer yet, but it is that deepest, darkest midwinter thing. And yeah, if you can arrange a feast, and if the only animals you've got left are your horses, and if you deliberately take the one big, strongest one as I don't know, virility wouldn't be the right word, but if you're eating the biggest, strongest, healthiest one, then you're getting the most nourishment from it, I guess, aren't you? I got nothing against the idea of eating horses either. It turns out that in Britain we were doing it for years anyway, with all was it Findus meat pies, all the meat pies, the frozen ready meals and stuff. Turns out that the factories had been, the same factories that were making what was supposed to be beef pies had been slaughtering horses and padding the meat with horse flesh anyway. So we've probably all eaten it anyway. Oh, here we go. Here's Oscar. Back already. I don't give offence, others take offence. This is true. And if they don't take offence, maybe they'll take a gate post. I'm sorry, it's a stupid old joke that my dad used to say, but here we go. Tom's feeding us the sagas now. Hold on. How far did that jump? I got as far as indeed King Hakon. Hokon, Hekon. Your vowels, you've got these extra vowels that we don't have. I don't know, the ooh, ah, and I'm not sure which is which. Ooh, something like that, isn't it? Those are your extra vowels. Oh, it jumped again. Okay, King Hakon the Good raised a Christian, even though you don't want to type it, in the court of Athelstan in Wessex. Athelstan, that's Athelstan. Give me a second. Alfred the Great is somewhere there or thereabouts. Before he burnt some pies or something. Cakes. King Hakon the Good raised a Christian in the court of Athelstan in Wessex as he visited Lade, now Trondheim. Refused to partake due to the ban on horse meat in the Roman Church. Horse meat is sweet, I love it. My guy don't like it. Peter doesn't like it, no? This switched him back and caused a war. The SWT caused a war though, I get it caused a war. Salted cod also is salted cod also is dug into the earth cold cellar. Salted cod. I know some of you countries make a big deal of fish around Christmas and New Year. I don't quite get it. I don't think it's a thing in Britain. Not that I'm aware of. We do the big turkey thing obviously on the day itself. A lot of people will make a ham, either take a full ham and boil the shit out of it. Either Christmas Eve, some people do it New Year's Eve. Not fully sure of the proper, I don't know if it's a proper tradition or if it's just some people have a preference. People who don't do turkey might do duck or goose. There's a modern kind of thing of just saying, fuck it, we don't like turkey and just having chicken. Historically, goose was the thing. I'm not sure. The turkey thing must have come over after America invented its Thanksgiving. Because I think the turkey comes from over there, doesn't it? It had lots of names. Isn't that one of the names for turkey is something to do with peacock? I think. Because of the way that its tail feathers fan out and... But yeah, I can't remember. There is a name, something hen or something. There are historically lots of names for a turkey, the bird. But yeah, in America they don't do turkey at Christmas because they've already done that at Thanksgiving. But we adopted your turkey, the American turkey idea, and ran with that for Christmas. Before that, if you watch Dickens, well, the short term is Scrooge, but it's not called that really, is it? What's his proper name? The Christmas Carol. When he wakes up on Christmas morning after the ghosts have visited him, he shouts at the little boy, and he asks if the big goose is still in the window at the poulter's, the poultry shop, the basically the butcher of the day. So yeah, that was goose. He went and got the biggest goose available. What would that word be? Poulterers? Poulterers? Someone who sells poultry. I'm sure I used to know these words. Salted cod also dug into earth cold cellar. You mean it's like buried in a hole, or you mean it's put in a like a veg cellar, an underground cellar? What's the word? There's another word there I'm looking for, because I watch these prepper channels and these homesteading channels. In fact, the last few days I've been making a list of favorite wouldn't be the right word, but some of the channels that I've been watching the most frequently recently, and I've been breaking it down by category. And I've got a long way to go with it, but I do watch a lot of prepper channels, a lot of homesteading channels, and just lately I've been. They're not even just homesteading; it's animal rearing, rabbits for meat, and what the quail. Fuck, I couldn't remember the name of the little birds then for a second. Rearing quail and dispatching quail and rabbits and butchering them, and it's interesting. But also growing their food, so mealworm harvesting or farming, um, but also growing the veg, growing the lettuce and whatever that like rabbits, lettuce and carrots and things that they'd eat. Also, the mealworms will eat all that as well. But like a survival garden, a lot of I've been watching a lot of gardening programs, which is tangential to prepping and survival, I guess. The fucking fly would leave me the fuck alone. Gonna have to go to the supermarket very soon and get some new fucking fly spray. This really didn't work. A friend got it for me from Consumer and it just hasn't touched them. And I'm sure my last can came from a different Consumer but did work. Maybe we've been sold a what's the word I'm looking for? A fake. A word beginning with con that means fake. It doesn't begin with con, it's something like it. Almost had it. Had a word flash into my mind and it went just before I hooked onto it. Somebody? I've got con stuck in my head and it's not going to be that, is it? It's going to be something close, but it won't actually begin with that word. What do you call fake watchers? I can't get past con now and it's lodged there. I hate it when this happens. What's the word I'm looking for? One of you will have it. No, nobody's answering me. Let me just check that chat hasn't frozen. Counterfeit. You see, I couldn't get past con. Thank you, Fabrizio. Counterfeit. I knew it was close to that, but once I'd said con, or once I'd thought con, I could not get there. That's annoying. My wife used to work at Reebok, and it was her job to spot the fake shit. Someone would send something in after 4 years and say, "Oh, my rucksack's fallen apart, or my trainers are no good," and no one else in the warehouse would have the knowledge, the back history of all the products, and they'd come in and say, "Is this one of ours?" And she'd take one look and say, "No, we've never done anything like that," or "That's similar to a design we had, but that's a knockoff. That's fake. That's counterfeit." Should have known that word. I just couldn't. Once I'd locked onto con, I could not get past it. My mind, folks, it does not work like it used to work. It just does not, as we talked about earlier. Cheers, guys. I missed the fact that I missed the 3 hour mark, which should also have been approximately the top of the hour. Hold on, let me scroll. I'm scrolling. Okay, nothing new in the alerts. notifications is a better word. Nothing new. Conta feta. Conta. I have no idea, Tom. Is that a proper word? That reminds me of conta heta. When I go and pay by Tippy Tappy card, now that I've found it again, I have to say to the guy conta heta with a J. Tarjeta. Oh yeah, Oscar wants a boat. Yeah, that big goose, yeah. And if you fetch it back, I'll give you a crown. I think it was a crown, which I believe was £1/4. It was 5 shillings. Hold on, there's a whole bunch of messages here that hold on, how much? Cold cellar, veg seller, something seller. There's a word I'm looking for from when, yeah. Ethelstan is from the royal line of Wessex. I thought the name was familiar. Answer to your earlier question, I make all my meals from scratch, no junk food. Peel tatties, boil, add butter. When tender, mash. Get my sausages from a family's butchers in Newark, Nottinghamshire, I'm guessing. New Jersey. No, he's a Brit. I like it when I hear Americans talking about Jersey. And they mean New Jersey. It's like they don't even know that there's an actual place called Jersey. I guess most people in New York don't know that there's a real place called York. And then again, it took me a hell of a long time to work out that New Zealand was a similar kind of spin-off. Because I'd never heard of Zealand. I had no clue. I must have been in my 20s when I found out that there was a place called Zealand. I'd always questioned why New Zealand was called New Zealand, because I'd never heard of the actual place of Zealand. Even now, I mean, I can tell you approximately where it is, but I couldn't tell you which country it's actually a part of. Germany, Denmark, Norway, I've got no clue. But it's somewhere over that way. In Norway, there are 3 main dishes for Christmas: cod in brine, pork roast, or lamb salted and boiled for 24 hours. And this is taken on Christmas Eve rather than on the 24th rather than 25th. Probably on the evening of the 24th. Whoa, it jumped. Hold on. There's Josie. Josie's heading off. I hope I'm not too far behind. Her alarm's going off in 6 hours, so she's going to bed. Bye-bye. Okay, Josie. Catch you later, darling. Let's have a look. I made it up to Hettery's card though, yeah. Okay. Happy Monday, Mike, not Mike. Thanks for that. I'm working back. It's jumped so far forwards that I'm okay. There was Tom saying Skål. I think I missed your comment at the time. I think I'd said cheers, but Skål. Have we got any Finnish aboard? Kippis. I don't know all of the other variations thereof. But fortunately, I did just stop myself crushing the can and throwing it towards the bin so that I can take can number 2 out, put this one under. Hold on, folks. Even though it's taken me 3 hours to drink that one can, I am the worst alcoholic ever. I'm just not a proper professional at this drinking malarkey. I am going to have to go for a quick wee-wee though. Right. So, if you just bear with me, probably 2 minutes. I might have to stop and talk to Tina on the way because I've got to shuffle past her and she's rolled up in a ball halfway down. You know, she was up here with me at the start. Now she's rolled up in a ball halfway down the bed. I've got to shuffle past her. I'm going to turn the microphone off. I don't think you would hear anything, but just in case. I will be 2 minutes, folks. Okay, folks, I think I'm back. I just have to. That was a struggle getting out. I've got so many quilts and blankets on here. Trying to scoot over them, I dragged them all off the bed with me. And then halfway down, I ended up laying on top of Tina. So that was all a bit awkward. And then I thought, because my light is balanced really precariously on two cans, I thought I'd bring an extra one over. There's no way I'm going to get to this tonight. I've only just opened my second can after 3 hours. So unless we do like a 10-hour live stream. Anybody up for that? Hold on. That's even more precarious. Oh! What did I say? What did I say? What's wrong here? They're all too far forwards. Is the problem. Sorry folks, I fucked up. Somewhere there. Fairly stable. Fairly stable. It's all fairly stable. It's so stable we could have been talking about horses again. Hold on. Score man, no. Yeah, he made it up. He made up the confetter or whatever it was. Happy Monday, Mike, not Mike, said mirror, mirror. I'm just gonna hold on. I think I've got notes. I think you're in my notes. I'm just gonna, rather than guessing a name and being a fool, I have the technology. Maybe. Possibly. I spy on you all, you know. I keep notes on you. That's not the notes I was looking for. And that's not updating. That's interesting. Hold on. People handles, here we go. Mirror, mirror is Steve, I remember, because you said Stephen and then I had to clarify whether Stephen was a Steve or not. And you were a Steve. That probably wouldn't have been my first guess, to be honest, but yeah. So happy Monday, Mike, not Mike, that's right. I made it up, Tetris card, yeah. Farmer and Oscar are discussing whether the UK is a shithole or not. Farmer was over here for rugby. A beautiful, wonderful, fantastic country. Farmer, didn't you tell me... Oh, you had Lancashire hot pot while you were over here. Was that you? You had Lancashire hot pot with the lamb. I think that was you. There was Josie leaving. I did say bye, but I was possibly a little late. Try living here, farmer. Taxed to death, roads, potholes, can't get to see a doctor, and list goes on. But Americans and Canadians don't notice potholes because they all drive around in huge fucking trucks with a wheelbase that's about 5 meters. Oh, it was a video that I saw the other day. I don't know if it was an American or a Canadian. They were in Paris and they'd got the old lady shopping trolley. And it was like they'd literally never seen one before. So it's like a shopping bag, a fabric shopping bag on 2 wheels, like on a trolley. And they'd never seen one before. And this is because, in the US certainly, nobody walks anywhere. Probably not Canada either. So half the year you're not going to walk anywhere because you freeze your bits off. So nobody walks anywhere. And also, if you could walk, you wouldn't be walking to the supermarket stroke grocery store. Because they have to drive about 2 hours just to get to their nearest fucking shop. Some of them. So there's nowhere they're setting off, pulling a trolley behind them to go shopping and pull it home behind them. So these Yanks had literally never seen a shop, the old lady shopping bag, shopping trolley. But I think they explained towards the end of the video that these guys have lived there now for a little while, and now they've got one themselves, and they've got used to they see the benefits of it. When you've got heavy shopping, instead of putting a heavy bag on your shoulder and another heavy bag in this hand and maybe another one in that shopping trolley. And if you've got more than one trolley's worth, you can rest another bag on top of the trolley. As long as you keep the angle right of the of the old lady shopping cart. I'm just going to scoot to the bottom and make sure that everything's okay and everyone can hear me and everything. Because I had a problem the other week where I turned the microphone and the camera off, and the camera never turned off, even though it had the line through it. I want to make sure that I was off and that now I'm back. Nobody heard me pee, no? Do you think you could work with a YouTube moderator? I've got 2 mods at the minute. Karen and Jack Attack. If that's what you mean, or do you mean an actual, like a paid YouTube employee? But no, I have moderators. We have very little that needs taking care of, and when it does, they usually hesitate more than me. I go in and just ban the fucker. Not even ban. I send them to the shadow realm. Hide this user. They could, for all I know, they could be carrying on typing away now, and I'm just fucking unaware of them. We don't get much in the way of golden showers for the slugs. Hold up, draining the lizard. Okay, that was when I went there. It jumped. Okay, Oscar and Farmer are debating the benefits or otherwise of the UK. How's the garden? Yeah, okay. Steve asking how the fridge freezer settling in. Mike, not Mike. Salud, yeah, there's another one. That's French, and they use that a lot in Spain as well. Salud. Hold on. I got to scroll back just to where. I thought I just read that already. NHS. Look, it never jumped from when I read How's the Fridge Freezer. It didn't jump. I just carried on scrolling, and I'm back where I was without it jumping anywhere. Ah, now it jumped. Fucking thing. I just got to go back a bit more. I learned there is a Dutch Zealand. Okay, maybe that's where it was. SJ, hold on, becomes a sk, doesn't it? I think it does in Welsh. Not Welsh. Why does it Welsh? It's Swedish. SJ becomes a sk, so Scarland? Might be a Sharland. Zealand, okay, I see where you're going, I think. I think I can make a sound like Zealand out of that. I would struggle. Okay, that was everyone saying goodnight to Josie. I didn't see those, but I saw when she said she was going. There it is. Okay, I'm right back there, folks. Posted at 109. It's now, was it somewhere around 23? I'm about a quarter of an hour behind. I'll try and be quick. I'll jump forward through you guys talking to each other. Tom learned that there was a Dutch Zealand. Maybe that's the one I was thinking of. Where did I go? I went with Denmark. Denmark, Norway. Not sure. Did I mention Germany maybe as an option? I'm not sure. So, here's Farmer talking to Oscar about whether the UK is a shithole. Same here, Oscar, but if you think of America, where you need to choose spending hundreds of thousands for a necessary operation, or UK where it's free, even with any of the problems. And I think later on, Oscar comes back and says that the NHS isn't what it used to be. But here's where Steve jumped in and said, how's the fridge freezer settling in? Mike, not Mike. Can I let my hand off that without it jumping, do you think? If I remember 112, at least I'll know where to scroll to if it does jump. It's working fine, it's great. Really, the problem's me. I got a terrible habit, so I don't just leave it, I haven't got enough power to just leave it running all day. So I will run it for like an hour in the morning. And that'll knock off about 15% of the, between 10 and 15% on the, of the EcoFlows power. That's no problem. especially if I'm just waiting for the sun to come up and I'm still on 50% from the day before. That's not a problem. Through the day at some point in noon or early afternoon, I'll run it for another half hour or hour just to keep the temperature down. My big problem is in the night. Let's say I've got 70% on the EcoFlow. Oh, no problem. I can put that on. We'll turn that on. I must remember to turn it off soon though. Or maybe I'm just watching a film or a TV program and I just fucking forget. Before you know it, I've gone down from 70 or 80% on the EcoFlow, and now I've only got 50%, 40%, 30%. If I fall asleep, there have been 3 or 4 nights where I've woken up halfway through the night, and I'm wondering why the tennis racket of death, let me, for anyone who's not aware of the phenomena, let me show you there's the tennis racket of death. It's an electric fly swatter. Permanently, currently in the on position, so you don't need to press buttons or swing it. But I wonder why that big blue light isn't on. It's because the EcoFlow's on fucking 0. Or as close to. It has. I have a cut-off point set, but because of a problem the other week where it hit the cut-off point, and it's supposed to remain available to me to manipulate. Let's say I've set it at 30%. At 30%, turn everything off. I should still be able to connect to it and change that to 20%, so I've got 10% available for whatever I choose then, yeah? And down to 10, and no, it got to 30, it hit 30, it hit the cut-off, and it went off. Incommunicado, no touching it. And the only way to reset it, you got to unplug the solar cable, the power cable coming in, hold the off button for a while, turn it off, and then you plug the power cable back in with power coming in. So it has to be in the sun. Well, if it's gone off at 4 in the morning, there's no fucking sun. So the Eco sits there, charged to 30%, but it's fucking untouchable. Now, this is a transitory issue. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Other times it turns off and I can still do things and I can reset the settings, make power available again. But because of that issue, I set the lower threshold down to 5%. So it turns off when it gets to 5%. Here's the thing. USB-A, so your old-fashioned, your normal USB sockets, are still powered. And the tennis racket of death is plugged into that. And sometimes the phone or the tablet will be plugged in on a USB-A. USB-A to C, but it's on the USB-A port. And that'll drain the 5%, and so you still end up back on 0. So my problem isn't the fridge freezer. The problem is partly the EcoFlow being a bit finicky with its firmware, and I dare not upgrade. If you read online about updating EcoFlow's firmware, and I had it when I first got it, I had a slight issue, and my biggest problem, okay, things had gone wrong. It had bricked the device. It had gone bad. My big problem wasn't that. My problem was their customer service were just turds. So yeah, the fridge freezer, great, fantastic. I've got it set for -15. When it says it's on -15, it's very cold inside, but nothing's frozen. The temperature sensor must be next to the compressor, wherever the cooling element or whatever is in there. So whenever that gets to -15, it turns off. I'm quite certain if I left it on for 12 hours, if I could leave it on for 12 hours set to -15, everything would be a big block of ice. I also am my own worst enemy, because I don't follow my own advice. I know that if you want a fridge freezer to run efficiently, you have to pack it. There shouldn't be any empty air in there. There shouldn't be be able to reach your hand in. You fill it with bottles of water, and you freeze everything. That way, when it's turned off, it takes forever to, for the temperature to warm up. This is a long answer to a short question, isn't it? Fridge freezer's great. I'm a plonker. The EcoFlow is great usually, except when it's not. That's the shorter answer to the question. I'm about to sneeze. It's possible I'm getting a cold. If you pair the fact that my nose got blocked earlier and now I'm sneezing, and that we've had 2 or 3 really cold nights recently where my nose has been icy. My nose and my ears, but cold ears don't cause you problems. Cold nose lets the virus in. Which is why a cold is called a cold. Let me see if I can remember this one the right way around. The modern common cold is only 200 years old. Apparently, allegedly. These things, you assume that these things have been around forever. Flu's been there forever. Cold's been there forever. Does anyone remember COVID? People thought that was going to be around forever. Politics. Don't go there. I hate it when I tell myself a joke I've never heard before. So that was Steve. Mirror, mirror. How's the fridge freezer? I think I've answered at great length. I was supposed to be trying to catch up because I was a quarter of an hour behind. Make a river drain the dam. Yeah. Okay. Oh, treatment on there is jumped. Where was I? Was it 21? No. As soon as I lift my finger, it jumps. Oh. I'm gonna... How far up? What, does anyone remember what timestamp I said? I thought 21, but I can't get there. What the... Okay, hold on. I'm all the way back to 19, and this was Farmer saying keep the lamp away from the beers. It's a re-encounter. Oh, I haven't seen that, so I must have been further back than that. Okay, we're back with Farmer and Oscar arguing about... Okay, then we were with draining the lizard, golden showers. No, I don't pee outside if that's what you're suggesting. No. I have a gentleman's urinal. I cut the top off of a Coca-Cola bottle and stand it up in a baby food can to give it extra stability. And as soon as it gets half full, I empty it. But I'm not actually standing outside peeing. Treatment on NHS isn't free. Plus, there's the waiting lists are the big problem. Most NHS treatment's free at the point of service. I mean, you're paying for it in your taxes. By the time it's your turn to be treated, you've likely been dead the past 3 years. This is a worry for people. I read about Finland, and they have these places, and if you've got a symptom that might be related to cancer, you got a single symptom that's on the list of possible cancer kind of things. You just go to these places, and this English woman was living over there, and she went, and she was expecting to see a doctor, be told, come back in 3 months and maybe we'll arrange a scan and maybe we'll do this, maybe we'll do that. And she was expecting to be out within, minutes. No, they took her in. They did the scan there and then, gave her the result of the scan, told her, yes, it is, and said, step this way, madam, put this gown on. Your surgery's scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just like that. Just like that. They made a decision at the government level that cancer treatment, scanning, testing, and then treating, you shouldn't be waiting months and months and months. The sooner you start the treatment or the surgery, the sooner you get better, and in the end, the less cost for the health system. Marvelous what you can do if you make the right fucking decision and put the right resources in place. But yeah, the American thing where having a baby costs you like 20 grand, and if you've just had the baby and you want to hold it, they charge you an extra $500. There's an extra charge for the nurse handing the baby to you. Your baby that you just had, that was inside you 30 seconds ago or a minute ago. They wipe it down with a towel or a cloth, and then they ask if you want to hold your baby. And if you do, there's an extra charge. What the absolute fuck are you playing at? Why are you putting up with that shit? Here's Farmer talking with Steve Mirror. Wandering hobo, covered Ireland, UK and Spain, meeting folks worldwide. Can't say where I picked up the chin chin phrase. Keep the lamp away from the beers! Yeah. This is tedious, guys, having to hold my hand up and scroll, otherwise if I lift it, it jumps. Do you think you would work with a YouTube moderator? I think I answered that. I've got a couple of mods of my own. You still have free speech. We get 2 years. Do you know what? America has the same problem. It's just not announced as much. I've watched some of these auditor things and lawyers, First Amendment lawyers. It happens the same there. Cops literally kicking the door in. The guy says, have you got a warrant? No. Okay, bye. We don't need one. Kick. Door goes in. And there was a guy posted on Facebook saying he didn't like how the local sheriff was operating. No, not the current sheriff. He said he didn't like the previous sheriff. And the current sheriff says, I've come to speak to you. Stand there. He says, no, fuck off. The guy's like stood on his porch or just outside his front door, whatever. So the, what's the word? Not curtailment, it's a word similar, like curtilage. The area immediately outside your house, a few meters either side. So you can be in your house, you can be on your porch, or you can be a few meters either side of your house. This guy says, no, I don't want to talk to you, I've got to go to work, and starts to walk off. And the sheriff says, get fucking back here, starts wrestling him and says, I don't like what you're saying about my uncle. Apparently the previous sheriff or a copper who worked there previously was this guy's uncle. And he arrests the guy because he doesn't like what he said about his uncle on Facebook. So it happens in other countries as well. It just doesn't, maybe it doesn't happen as often, or maybe it just doesn't get the publicity. Oh, it's fucking gone again. Where was I? Was about 21, yeah? 24. Okay, I'm on 20. We're talking about mirror, Steve. UK wrong tweet. Possibly wishing someone harm. Can't see them saying for regular speech. No, there was a couple arrested because they kept complaining. A school's headmaster retired, and there's a process you're supposed to go through for the recruitment of another one. and like the deputy head and some others were in line for consideration, and they just brought someone in from outside. No recruitment process, just appointed them. And this couple complained that they didn't think that was the right procedure, and they got poo-pooed by the school administration, basically by the headmaster that they were complaining about. They weren't complaining about him, but they were complaining about the process. And the school called the police and said that this was harassment, and without looking into it, the police just went and arrested them, searched the house, dragged them off, took them 30 miles away, which in the UK is a long way. There would have been multiple police stations in between where they were arrested and where they ended up, and then released them at 3 o'clock in the morning, 30 miles from home in another town that they've never been to, with no transport. Yeah. Steve, sleeping on the beach in Benidorm, don't you get in trouble for that? I heard that was a big no-no. Especially when they turn up with a tractor in the morning and start raking and dragging magnets over the sand. This is true. Praying in the street, especially if you're doing it in front of a mosque or in front of a bunch of Muslims who are praying in the... They're allowed to pray in the street. They block the entire street. There's a video of all these ninjas, and I mean like people dressed in black. That's not code for the other N word. The Abduls are all dressed in black from head to toe. Even the men have got like a burqa type thing on to cover themselves, and they block the entire road, doing their kneely down prayy thing, the whole we're not worthy. Yeah. No, but if you go there and in protest, or you pray, or you pray in front of some kind of abortion clinic or hospital that does abortions, you get arrested. Word mirror. What? Word mirror suerte. Suerte is luck, yeah? I don't know what that's about, Tommy, you've lost it. Buena suerte is good luck. There's words going on, there's conversations I've got no idea about. Maybe you were saying good luck. Okay, you were saying good luck to Steve, to Mirror. Oh, well, I think I've got a cold coming on, folks. Maybe after Christmas we'll be walking through where Mike's at. You're welcome to stop by and visit, if you are down this way. My parents are doing New Year's in, I think that's meant to be Fuengirola, no? Fuengirola. Okay, you're getting closer. Fuengirola, yeah, okay. I caught up, I guessed right, and you confirmed it, but you confirmed it 15 minutes before I saw it. Oh, I'm getting all bent and twisted. Get it out in the public, let it be known. I can't see people in government. It's a lot of the stuff that happens has made news headlines, Farmer. A lot of this has been big stories. What can I say? So these hostels for the boat people, if that's a polite way of saying Abdul. Girl gets raped, people protest. Oh, get this. Okay, 2 guys do different sex assaults. 2 guys from the same hotel, from the same hostel, hotel, whatever. And so there's mass protests outside. The BBC report this, get this, the BBC report this as mass protests outside hostel, 2 people arrested. Deliberately misconstruing it and making it sound like 2 protesters were arrested. The 2 people that were arrested were the Abduls that had raped children. But you would have never guessed from the BBC coverage. You would have never known that in a million fucking years. The distortion from the media is insane. Mass protest, almost a riot, 2 people arrested. Yeah, but not the protesters. The people they were fucking protesting about. The criminals, the rapists, the paedophiles. It's known. Our government's been covering it up for 30 fucking years, it turns out. There was a case where a girl was reported as missing from an orphanage, a children's home. And the police found her naked in the living room of a house with 5 semi-naked men around her. She was drunk and drugged, in a state of disrobement. Basically, these 5 guys have taken turns at her after drugging her. What do the police do? They arrest the girl, obviously. Not making this shit up. They arrested the girl because she was out after curfew from the orphanage, from the kids' home, whatever. And they just shake hands with the 5 blokes. It now emerges that one of the policemen was stopping by and having a go as well, every now and again. Yeah. But anyway, let's. This sounds like I'm doing politics again. President Trump has offered sanctuary to the Brits for free speech adventures. Lucy Connolly. Yeah. That's when Tutia Queer Starmer. Britain has a proud history of free. Britain had a proud history of free speech. He used the fucking past tense. Freudian slip or what? Anyway, let's move on, guys. Nestia bottles and doggy bags. We're talking about the toiletry arrangements. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I pick mine up with the doggy bags as well, and dispose of it along with the doggies. Swipe the card. Does he take the? I thought it was traditional in America to take the card away to a separate room to. They swipe it on your behalf. That's what they do in the restaurants over. Oh, that's America rather than Canada, but yeah. I think I've got it right. You're in Canada, aren't you, Farmer? I think so. You might be American living in Canada. I can't remember all the details of everybody. You're Canadian, but you've been in America. Okay. Oh, both shoulders are fucking up, and as soon as I let go, I'm fearful it's going to jump. More than one beach in Benetton, lots with no tractor access. Okay. Okay, I'm at the bottom of the list. It says 148, and that was Oscar, super enriched. Farmer, trust me, Britain, dangerous place to live. You've no idea. If you watch, what's he called? Charlie Veitch. Charlie V. Is it IE or EI? TCH. He walks around cities in Britain, and when he sees someone doing something wrong, he says, "Oi, what are you doing? Why are you doing that?" He gets swarmed by the Abduls. Swarmed. And they're balaclavaed, they're hooded, they're masked up. They come at him with knives. He's had to hire two. There was a time when he had one bodyguard. He now has two because the crowds come at him. Now, he's a fairly handy lad himself. He's quite capable of kicking someone in the chest and knocking them over and telling them to fuck off and don't be silly. But then he's got these two bodyguards as well because they do get absolutely swarmed by by people. And they'll quite openly, while they're wearing the balaclavas and the hood up and everything, they'll quite openly come at him with knives, just flashing, showing the fact that they've got a knife. Any city centre he goes to, it kind of happens. Sorry, waving my arm across the front of the camera, folks, because it's like I've done 100 press-ups. And just as I say, it's like I've done 100 press-ups. It disconnects and says, now I'm live. My counter here says I'm on 350. I started at 10, so it should be 150. It's 152. So I've lost a couple of minutes on my counter. Charlie Veitch did a vlog of Mansfield near where I live. He said Mansfield should be nuked from space. I agree. Oh, who was the poet who wrote about Slough after the Second World War? He said, "Come friendly bombs, come and wipe out Slough," or something. It was the guy who worked in Hull at in the library at the university in Hull. Famous poet. I think it was him. I don't think it was like, oh God, Philip Larkin. Look at that. That's not bad, is it? I pulled that out my ass. I think I was going to ask you guys to do the search, but then I remembered I have technology nowadays. Thanks to Karen and Josie and Ryan and I have technology. I'm going to write Philip Larkin. I don't know whether he's a 1L or a 2Ls. Let's see whether I've got this right. Philip Larkin and Slough. Slough. Philip Larkin Slough poem, it says here. Do I get... Those are really bad images. Okay. No, not the trees. The trees. Why is Slough significant? He did, right. Wikipedia say that the poem wasn't about Slough. The poem is not about Slough specifically, but about the desecration caused by industrialization and modernity in general, with the transformation of Slough being the epitome of these evils. So it was about fucking Slough. I did well firstly, I knew it was a poet. I think I said University of Hull. I think that's right. In the library at the University of Hull. And then I remembered his name. I don't know how I pulled that up from nowhere. And I picked the right poet. I did well for me. Why am I back on 40? Now it just jumped from 42 to 53. Where was I? I was on about 48. Charlie Veitch, that was the last one, I think. Still believe other countries have bad and possibly worse than Britain. Oh, yeah, actual third world countries, yeah. Although, which is the South American country that's turned it around by jailing all of the druggies? Was that not Venezuela? Oh. There's one where they show them, they're locked up in, basically they're locked up in cages and they've got less than a square meter each to lay there. It's one of those South American countries that's turned it around. Basically, if anybody's covered head to foot in gang tattoos, you know that they're a gang member. Fama believes there's still hope for Britain. I'd like to think so, but I'm. It's not that there isn't. If action was taken now in the right direction, I think it could be turned around. The problem is that both the political party that's in power and the main opposition are the perpetrators of it and are doubling down on it. It's not like they've seen the light and said, "Oh fuck, it's gone bad. Let's see what we can do to put things right." They're saying, "No, no, diversity, equity, inclusion. This is where it's at. We historically we welcome asylum seekers." They fail to recognise that they're not fucking asylum seekers. An asylum seeker literally goes to the next safe country. If that country's full to overflowing, they go to the next safe country. They don't travel halfway around the fucking world from Afghanistan. How many thousand miles is it from Afghanistan to England? How many countries have you travelled through? Why have you not stopped in Morocco? Or Libya or Tunisia? Spain? France? Germany? Whichever countries you've come through. Why are you on the shores of Britain? That's not a fucking asylum seeker. Men who go to war go alone, go single. People who run from war go as a family. They're not bringing family. You just can't get these people to see that this is not an asylum seeker situation. With most of them. Again, we got to do what, which country, was it Poland? You don't turn up in Poland and seek asylum. You go to an embassy in one of the countries en route and you apply from there and you wait there in that country until you get a yay or a nay. Anyway, what are we? It's jumped again and I don't know where we are. Charlie Vike. Oh, it's wobbling. You're an incurable optimist, farmer. Don't argue, guys. Come on, keep it civil. The English will be a minority in England within the next 20 years. I think it was 30 years it was predicted, but yeah. I mean, you look at certain cities, London. Big swathes of London anyway. I don't know about London as a whole, but big parts of it. The bright side of life, yeah. Okay, folks. We're headed for 4 hours in, which would be 2 o'clock in the morning my time. It's not that I'm not enjoying talking to you. I would love to carry on. But if I do, I need this chat to stop jumping about. I'm considering jumping out and coming back in. Or trying to. If I could sit up normally, at the minute I'm having to lay on all my weight on this arm, my arm permanently in the air while I scroll and re-scroll. The YouTube app is just horrible. If I can sit up normally, I'm happy to carry on. There's quite a few of you out there still, by my standards. Guys, if you haven't already, appreciate a thumbs up. Whether you agree with my politics or not. If you disagree, maybe come and say. I don't want to get too off track on politics. It's not. That wasn't really the intention. But the more that our politicians deny us, we're given a clear signal to what we want from them. And both of them, well, the top 3 or 4 political parties are all just doubling down in a direction that's the antithesis of what the British people want. And they make it, together with the media, they make it sound like we're the minority. And we're not. This is clear, this is obvious. You just pull up in a pub and talk to anybody. I talk to Brits out here from time to time. I've never had one of them say, "Oh, you're far right. Oh, you're being racist." It's not racist to say, "Look, an asylum seeker should stop at the country next door, or the one after that." If you're of a certain culture, maybe find a country with a similar culture and go there. Saudi Arabia won't let them in because they know that they're radicalized. They know that their imam, does it end with an N? Whatever. Um, they know that a high proportion of them are super radicalized. They know that if they let them in and let them organize and start behaving en masse, it'll cause trouble. It's like here, the imam, whatever the bloody word is, he tells the men who to vote for. The men then tell all their wives who to. They then do postal ballots so that the man can control who his family are voting for. This is why they don't let them walk into the polling booth and cast their own secret ballot, because the husband can't stand next to the wife while she votes. He doesn't get to control. She could secretly vote the opposite way. But with postal ballots done in the house under his supervision, after he's been told which way to go by the religious figure, I don't want to keep saying the word wrong. I'm fairly sure it's Iman, ending in the N for November, but I don't know. But yeah, I've ranted again. But Saudi Arabia, who's a more similar culture, supposedly, they're not taking them in. They don't let them in. It's the same around Palestine, isn't it? The countries next door don't take them. They put up fences and barricades and have their armies on standby to stop the Palestinians fleeing into their territory. I mean, okay, it's over now, allegedly. But yeah, that. I've gone off on one, guys. I've gone off on one with politics again. We're right back. Don't throw the towel in. Celebrate Christmas. Don't let the bastards grind you down, kind of thing. Oscar, I'm English from deep-rooted ancestry. I don't want to live here anymore. It's that bad. I can't come. I haven't been there in 10 years, so a lot of this. I mean, the Burnley, Blackburn, Bury, Bradford. Enclaves. I'm going to call it enclaves. They've taken over those towns. Some of those towns have a town council where everybody is Muslim, sometimes bar one or two, maybe from a ward, which is a regional area, a political area, maybe from a ward that was, expensive houses. They get the white guy still. Everybody else isn't. Muslims are massively overrepresented in British politics. And like I said, it's this block voting thing. The religious figure tells the men who their family should vote for. The men make sure everyone in their family votes that way. There's no split vote, there's no messing, they vote en masse. Personally, I find that to be a form of election rigging. The postal votes for someone who's not disabled, someone who could have easily walked into the polling booth, the polling station and the polling booth and made a vote. Why are they all getting postal votes? You should have to justify why you need a postal vote. I'm going to be out of the country at that time. I'm, what? I'm disabled. I'm in a wheelchair. I can't get there. Not I'm Mrs. Abdul and therefore hubby won't let me go. That shouldn't. That's not. That's not. You should have to justify why a postal vote. In my humble opinion, but I'm a racist far right Nazi, allegedly. Prime Minister Mike, not Mike. Yeah. Don't give up hope though, Oscar. I mean, there is still a possibility that things, if one of the other parties, one of the newer parties, I'm not 100% convinced about Farage, but what's the party called that Tommy Robinson's pushing? I would think that if Tommy Robinson and Nigel Farage could coordinate and combine, but Farage has been quite disparaging about Tommy Robinson. And the media are definitely against Tommy Robinson. That's another thing that worries me, Fama, when we're talking about all this. The way that the media are playing along. They're not independent of the politicians. It's like they're an arm of the politics. They push a certain agenda. Like I said about the BBC and when the two girls got assaulted, two separate incidents with guys from this one hotel, and the protesters protested. The BBC reported it. Not just the BBC, but the BBC were the first to do it, and I think others followed. Massive protests outside hotel. 2 arrests made. You would never in a million years hear that and assume that the 2 arrests were the sex offenders. It was deliberately phrased to make it look like it was the protesters that were causing trouble and getting arrested. The way that the press are in the pocket of the government, I find it quite frightening. To me, that's literally fascism. When big business, media, government, the courts, and the police are all acting, when there's an incident, if it's a white guy, they tell you, yeah, no, a white guy from Reddit, yeah, he's been arrested or he's been sought by police. If they're non-white, they just don't mention. They're looking for somebody, and they won't give you a description of who they're looking for. Used to be they would say it's a tall guy with blonde hair, a beard, and he's got one leg missing. You know what I mean? They'd give you an actual description so you could look and say, I see him. They were asking for the help of the public. They don't do that anymore. We would ask that the community not speculate as to the type of person, the race, religion, or even of the nature of the incident. Please don't speculate. You could get arrested if you speculate because you're jeopardizing an investigation and a potentially live court case. Literal threats of arrest. Anyway, folks, I don't know. Do I want to carry? I'm happy to carry. I want to find another topic though, guys. I want to get off this. Farage is a traitor. I suspect that he's a bit wishy-washy and he goes where the money is. Or maybe not just the money, but the prestige. Seems a bit slimy. And suffered no consequences what turn out to have been blatant lies about Brexit. But what can you do? Okay, folks, let's find another topic if we can. What have we got? What's happening in football or sport? What's happening in the world other than politics? Oh, I got a couple of sciencey ones, haven't I? Shall we try and take another route? Stick with the beers. I have only got beers now. Um, I have only got beers. The brandy was. Did I leave? Hold on. Did I leave a splash of? Oh no, I poured it in, didn't I? There is actually a splash in the bottom of that, but not a drink type splash. I did almost not pour it, didn't I? I almost kept a, but I threw it in and said fuck it. There are only beers. I got the one I'm on, and then there's two more here. Oh, there's only two more because I brought one over to stabilize the lamp. I am only, guys, I am this far. Can we see that? I'm this far in on beer number 2 in 4.25 hours almost. You might argue I've not even drunk enough to keep my throat lubricated. Well, that's the other thing. The beard's got to go, or the tash. I have got beer dripping down. Just fell on my arm. I am still propping myself up stupidly because let's have a look. We're on 26 thumbs ups. Any more would be good. I'm glad that we hit 20. If this, I was going to jump out and jump back in, wasn't I? I haven't really decided if we're carrying on or not, folks. Votes in the chat. 1 for carry on and 2 go fuck off. Oh yeah. Molson Export Ale I drink. Usually an Export Ale. Export reminds me of Farage. Oh shit. I did it now. I'm not aware of Molson Export. Oh. Not aware of it. The new party that Corbyn started seems to be in terminal decline. I've taken it back to politics, haven't I? I mean, they are far left loonies, but again, he was the only white man, ex-Labour leader. For anyone out of the country who doesn't know who Jeremy Corbyn is, used to be the leader of the Labour Party, but everybody else that. So he starts a new political party, and there's like, I don't know, 9 or 10 of them that are the founding members. They're all doctors and engineers. It's a very culturally enriched party. They immediately sidelined the white guy and the Pakistani woman, because we can't have women in politics. I mean, I'll give them that. They got that bit right. Can I say that? Am I cancelled now? But she went off and launched a fundraising campaign in the name of the party, and she got like nearly £1 million. And it wasn't sanctioned by the party. And now she's sidelined, so she's sitting on nearly £1 million. I think Oscar was just... Oscar's off. Okay, mate. Catch you later. Big kiss to Tina. Tina says woof. Tina says woof. Okay, mate. There goes Oscar. In Nottinghamshire. Apparently near Mansfield. He's letting info slip out. It's slipping out bit by bit. We'll have a location before long. Okay, folks, I'm going to need some help here. I need topics that aren't politics. Science. Bionic eye. A few weeks ago, I said how disappointed I was with the progress towards bionic eyes. If you watch like the $6 Million Man, back in the day, he had the bionic eye, didn't she? Didn't he? The bionic woman had the bionic ear, and they both had legs, 2 legs and an arm, bionic. But the eye. About 10 years ago, I remember them talking about implanting a chip in someone's eye, and it giving them like an 8x8 grid of light and dark. not enough, not enough to. It was an improvement over what these people had. Macular degeneration, I think, was the main target for this stuff. Well, now I saw kind of an update today. So Neuralink, that's a brain thing, but it's not an eye thing. If the eye is not, if the signals aren't getting from the eye to the optic, along the optic nerve and to the brain. Now the optic nerve isn't just one thing. There's a pathway, and macular degeneration. So some of those nerves at the back, like the ones at the brain end of things, are still working, but it's something in the middle that isn't working right. Mainly at this end, at the front end, back of the eye, but at the front end of that process. I read today. No, not read. I watched a video. It might have been yesterday, not today. But somebody's come up with. They've come up with a chip. It's roughly 20 by 20. It's not quite, but it's a few under. That basically, say 400 dots, 400 pixels, basically, and it bypasses some of these broken connections and somehow reaches around to some still weak but still functioning nerves that make it to the brain. Takes the brain a long while to learn to interpret it and work with it. But get this, these people were able, in the opticians, well, in a medical exam, an eye exam, they gained on average 5 lines on the reading chart. So if before you'd have pointed them at the wall and said, "Can you read the chart on the wall?" they would have said, "What wall?" Now they get halfway down the fucking chart. And already they had great success. 85% of these people saw improvements. On average, 5 lines on the chart. But some of them got an extra 9 lines on the chart. It's pretty incredible. And that's with just a total resolution of 400 pixels. They're already, the next generation chip is under development. 10,000 pixels, basically 100 by 100 grid, approximately. That's a major advance from what we had, and it's just a few weeks after I last said how disappointed I was with where Bionics had not gone. So that was good. I've seen a few messages out. Apparently Amazon is laying off loads of engineers. Bitcoin has taken a serious dip and the markets look shaky. Also Amazon have a declared policy of favouring diverse backgrounds. And even though at this time of year Amazon are screaming out for more employees, most white guys who apply are getting rejected. Most white guys who apply are getting rejected. Wonder how that happens. Amazon Game Studio laying off enormous amounts of workers. Unsure if closing completely. Amazon Games. Like games programming or games selling. Games programming. I didn't even know there was an Amazon Game Studio. I've got no. I'm oblivious. I mean, I'm so far out with the IT loop now. I used to dabble a little bit in IT. A little bit. I'm so far out of the loop now. I'm 10 years out of date with my knowledge of everything. You're saying Amazon Games is about to close. I didn't even know there was an Amazon Games. That's how far out of the loop. The iTech is amazing. It's a massive, massive leap forward. 85% success rate. Multiple lines on an eye chart improvement. This is like, so macular degeneration, you lose the middle of your sight. You're left with peripheral vision. So you're having to look past something and you're only catching it in the periphery. So you've still got some sight technically. You know, if a car was coming towards you or a fist was coming towards you, someone threw a ball at you, you've got a chance of flinching and seeing. But in the centre, it's gone. If you can return that, that's a massive improvement. And yeah, if they can scale it from 400 pixels to 10,000, you can only imagine it goes up from there, can't you? It must. So I remember when digital cameras. I remember when it was a third of a megapixel, and people were saying if it ever gets to 10, if it ever gets to 10 megapixel, that would compete with film. And now we've gone way beyond. We got digital cameras now that are way beyond that. Um, yeah, I don't know, mate. You're saying the brain is yesterday's news? No, I'm saying that where there was a broken link to the brain, we can now bypass the damage. Um, Amazon Game Studio, so that is a programming thing. Oh, you had no idea there even was. Name name a name a AAA title that ever came out of Amazon Game Studio. This is the other thing. Going back to my rants about DEI and all the rest of it. The games industry is infected by the mind virus. They get a model to pose for a character. They do all the dots and you know, you've got the face and the movement, whatever that's called, where the dots and the moving. But it's a beautiful woman. And they make a model of her and then they make her fat and ugly. I mean, oh, it's inclusive. We have to appeal to a wider audience. And they're appealing to an audience that doesn't fucking exist. If you take a game that's in a genre that would be 99% male audience and you say, hey, let's make it appeal to women. For every extra 1% of that audience that you can make be female, you lose 10% of the men because you're changing the game. If you take a first person shoot 'em up and in the middle of it you have dolls dressed in pink having a tea party, it's a totally different game. It's just not. If you make it all pink unicorns and I don't fucking know. It's these are not the same thing. These are not the same audience. Now, if you leave it as a mainly male targeted thing, some women will like it anyway. But the more you try and make it be for women, the more you make it not be for men. There's not much of an overlap in kind of the Venn diagram. There's a little bit. Like I said, some women like Star Wars and Star Trek. It's just not many. So the more you change Star Trek to appeal to women, or Doctor Who to appeal to women, the less it appeals to men. And if you run off trying to make it appeal to trans, it appeals to nobody except trans. And Star Trek, Doctor Who, Star Wars, they die. Without that main audience that they had, it's not that there isn't a modern audience, it's not much of one. Most of them will shout and scream on Twitter about something, but then they never buy whatever that product is, or they don't watch that TV series, or they don't go to the pictures and watch that film. They just quibble on Twitter about shit. Here endeth the lecture. I've gone off on one again. I've gone all politics again. Let me just scroll back because I've missed some in between Oscar leaving. Yeah, could you imagine hacking someone's brain? Reminds me of Johnny Mnemonic. Or Joe 90. You probably have to be British to get that reference. Joe 90. Wooden puppet, like the Thunderbirds, if you've ever seen Thunderbirds. He had a pair of glasses, and basically they'd program the glasses, and the glasses are somehow connected to his brain. He could become a super spy or a super scientist just by having stuff reprogrammed. It's like Johnny Mnemonic, but with wooden puppets and better. I was going to say less wooden than Keanu, but that would be an unfortunate call. Early Keanu. Later Keanu's great. Early Keanu was... Yeah. He's a physical actor. He wasn't an actor in the early days. I'm saying Neuralink as a topic. Yeah, Neuralink is a fascinating idea. But it's Elon. And Elon's the king of hype, of over-promising and under-delivering. If you look at Cybertruck, if you look at most, Tesla self-driving, full self-driving, he already had it. 10 years ago, he already had it. It wasn't a problem. It was definitely going to be there. He was just waiting for it to be authorized by, I don't know, National Transport Safety Bureau or whatever it is called in America. I think that's the one. That's a good guess. Don't they normally deal with plane crashes? But I would imagine that roads and things would be similar. Hyperloop. What was this tunnel? The Boring Company. Imagine bypassing traffic jams and flying along at 100 miles an hour down these... Yeah. And he finds a way of making tunnels 4 times quicker and a quarter of the cost as normal. Yeah. By making them a 16th of the size of a normal fucking tunnel. To the point where you need to have a specially trained driver with bumper car type buffers around the car. Because they keep driving into the walls. Oh. It's Elon. How many attempts has he had of getting his big fucking rocket in the sky? Well, they've changed it. Is it now called Super Heavy or something? I can't remember. I can't remember what's what because of the name changes. Initially, it was called like the Big Fucking Rocket or something, wasn't it? It's Elon. If you want to know about Elon, you've got to watch Thunderfoot, because for the past few years he's been off on one. He's got a boner about bringing Elon down. Thunder and foot, all one word, but the O's are zeros. Thunder F00T. Thunderfoot. If you've never heard of him, you've now got a lifetime's worth of Elon videos to watch. Very clever guy, Thunderfoot. I had a bit of I had a disagreement with him one time, but that's okay. We disagreed on a point. But he's a real world scientist, published papers and all of that. But he's got a massive hate boner for Elon Musk. For the reasons I just mentioned, basically. I basically just summarized Thunderfoot's work of the last 5 years or so. So yeah, Neuralink. It's Elon. So Elon tells you we've got this super chip and it does this and it does that. How will you know? Unless you let him put it in your head. How do you know it does that thing? How do you know it doesn't do something else as well? Stepford Wives territory. I'd rather stick with Kevin Warwick. He puts a chip in his arm and the door opens, and woohoo, we're all happy. He goes on Richard and Judy and says, yeah, maybe one day my chip and your chip can talk to each other, and ooh, whatever feelings I'm having, you'll have, and I'll know what you're feeling and having. Oh, imagine cyber sex with our chips. Yeah, dream on. Cyberlink. Yeah, whatever it was called. Neuralink, not Cyberlink. Neuralink. I got the name wrong. Where am I? Phone cameras were over 100 what? Megapixels. Probably. I've lost track. Like I said, I'm way out of date. That was a rant. It happens. Used to like Joe 90. I don't remember it that well. I don't think I've watched that many episodes. I don't even know how many episodes there were. But I was Stingray and Thunderbirds. Were there others? Fireball XL5, of course. I wish I was an astronaut, the fastest man alive. I'd fly you around the universe in Fireball XL5. Yeah. Was it Steve Zodiac? It was Steve Zodiac, wasn't it? We've had this discussion recently already, I think. Phones and Troy Tempest in Stingray. And Marie, don't forget Aquamarina. One of my first crushes. Ah. Does anybody remember a TV series called, I think it's called Starfleet? Similar kind of thing with the wooden puppets. But like there was an alien galleon, like the spaceship was a galleon, and the aliens had half a normal face, but then a second face over part of their over another head, another face over part of their face. Matey boy out of Queen, Brian with the hair, astronomy student, gave up his degree or his PhD to go off because he was in this pop group that did quite well. Brian May. Fuck, I get there in the end. Brian May. He recorded them a new theme tune. So series 1 happened, and him and his kids were enjoying watching it so much that he went off and recorded them a new theme tune, and they used it. Series 2 onwards. Who can defend us from their power? Starfleet, Starfleet. This big, they each had spaceships that would join together and make a big robot. This is way before, what were those twats in the motorbike helmets called? Anyway, this was way before any of that. And it could join together, be a robot, and it did this thing, this X impulse. It did an X, and it shot out laser beams and always won every battle. As soon as they joined together and took heavy damage, because there always has to be some threat of danger, but then they'd do the X impulse and they'd win. Starfleet, I enjoyed it. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? Feed the world. Band-Aid. Precursor to Live Aid. Of course, Americans have a different meaning for Band-Aid, but that's all right. Sent Bob Geldof, wasn't it? He should have been made a saint for that. Not even a lord yet, is he? Is he still Sir Bob? Sir Bob. Removing all the air from the tunnels, yeah. Imagine if you then get a leak. So that was always the thing, wasn't it? If somebody shot at the pipe, the explosive, well, it'd be implosive, recompression. Is that the right term? It's not explosive decompression. The implosive recompression would kill everyone inside, as Thunderfoot calculated and told everybody all along. Oh, jumped. It's implanted, therefore I know. I'd hack into one and all I want is go some delivery. Chicharron pork, don't know what that is. Chicharron pork roast with the skin delivered to my home. See, gotta go back online in his home. Okay, bacon grease. May, yeah, you got there before me probably, but I got there in the end without seeing it. Stingray Fireball XL5. John 90. Oh, this is the voice of the Mysterons. Let's not forget Captain Scarlet. Spectrum is green. Yeah. XL%. Yeah, okay, I got you. That's the 5. That rings a bell. They shot out in geez, mate, what was that you watched when you were not XXX, just a single X. It's called the X Impulse, their weapon. What was the name of the cunts in motorbike helmets that I can't remember? That was a 90s kids thing. They all did kung fu or karate or something, didn't they? Bandai was the company behind it all. It's a big advert for toys, really. What are they called? I do know it. You guys will have got there before me, I hope. No, not yet. Oh, come on, guys. Help a guy out. The brain just doesn't function anymore like it used to. When I was a kid, I was so sharp. You know the one I mean. It's Japanese. They're always fighting big monsters. They do the same thing. They each have their own spaceship and it all joins together and becomes a big robot and then they win. Schwarzkopfs. Blackheads. Storming Norman, he was a Schwarzkopf, wasn't he? Oh, come on. Bandai. They're all in Lycra. They have helmets. Because the guys that are doing the karate, Power Rangers, is that right? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, thank you. Well done, Fama. It was indeed Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. How did you get there? How did you get that? See, I need that one spark, that one hook, and it came out. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. They did the same thing, but the reason that they wore helmets, because the guys that are doing the karate and all the acrobatics are not the same guys that are playing them. So it's a lot like G-Force, Battle of the Planets. That was animated, but they have a real life persona, and then there's a superhero persona. And with the Power Rangers, once you've got the normal kids hanging around school or college or whatever it is, talking to each other, chatting about their feelings, drinking a cup of coffee, whatever. That is modern sci-fi. Sitting around the canteen, discussing feelings and drinking coffee. Star Trek Discovery. That's that. I gave up on it after season 2. I hated it even then, but discussing feelings. The captain gives an order and they discuss whether they think it's right or not, rather than getting on with their fucking job and doing as they're told. In a military type entity, there's a chain of, I feel, and that's the key word. They don't say I think that. I feel that that might be the wrong decision. Do we have the right to do that? I I feel. I don't care what you feel. Just put the fucking fries in the bag. Fucking shut up. I don't know, folks. I've ranted enough, I think. I am officially 1.5 beers in on 4 hours 40 minutes. So we're over 4 hours, so the chat replay will be available within quarter of an hour of the stream ending. There's still 10 of you here for some reason. And I think it's difficult to make out because I've got white numbers hidden behind a white background. Well, a white foreground in this instance. I think it says 28 likes. That's not bad for me. Get on with the fucking job. Prime Minister Mike, not Mike. Battle of the Planets. Do you not know this one? Where are you, Andy? Are you a Brit? G-Force. Battle of the Planet. Voiced by Casey Kasem, the voice of Scooby-Doo. He was the voice of Mark, the leader of G-Force. It's got a different name in America. And an even differenter name in Japan, where it first came from. Basically, they took an early anime and they spliced out all of the deadly action stuff and put a cute robot in who's... So they'd cut away from the action and we'd cut to the robot who'd be, oh my god, I wonder how G-Force are doing in their battle against the evil Zoltar. And so they cut all the action that was considered too rough for America, possibly Europe as well, I'm not sure. Excuse me. And they cut to this cute robot who stayed at home in the space station, which was underwater for some reason, from what I remember. But yeah, their ship was called the Phoenix, and when they were really, really up against it, it would turn to fire and just win, because they always have to be in that ultimate danger, but then they have to just be able to just push a button, pull faces, and oh, it's really extreme. The ship's going so fast, it's turning into fire. And then you win because Fiery Phoenix. I'd have to look it up, the other names of G-Force or Battle of the Planets. Here we go. Alternate names. Battle of or Battle for? Battle of the Planets. I'm going to go with, it's probably 4. Battle of the Planets, alternate names. Oh. The original program in Japan, Science Ninja Team Gatchaman. And the American name was just called G-Force. Or G-Force Guardians of Space, and the less common Eagle Riders. So the Gatchaman thing will be why it's called G-Force, because that was on their uniforms. If you're going to keep some of the animation, you're going to have to explain what the G's for, or at least have an idea. Now you know. It was good. I liked it. And I liked Casey Kasem. Keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars, as he used to say at the end of America's Top 10. Which I remember because that was newly introduced into the UK. Oh, when would that be? 84 or 85, I think. I think I was in sixth form. I might have been in the fifth year of high school. But I might have been in sixth form. Casey Kasem, the voice of Shaggy on Scooby-Doo, wasn't he? The voice of Shaggy and of Mark on Battle of the Planets. 29 likes. It's not a record. I am only seeing 28. No, the true record's like 46. I think it hit. That's the one where it hit 47. It was on 47 when I clicked to end the stream, and when I got out of the stream, YouTube said 46. I think someone who'd already hit the thumbs up hit it again at the end and undid. Either that or I offended someone. So yeah, we're way off the reckoning with we're way off the record. It's the most I've seen recently, I think. 28. Oh man, you okay? Hang on. Can I get a kissy cuddle? Come for a cuddle. Oh, now you're laying on my arm. I have to get up there. I'm still talking to the people. Oh, dear. I would have loved to cuddle you all night, but I'm busy. Oh, hold on. Has the light's faded. Oh, this cable doesn't stay in. It's supposed to be charging it. It's not doing. Put it on its brightest setting, but you didn't tell me the light had dropped. The light was dipping. We'll probably have to end it soon, folks. So I'll have to sit this close to the screen. Let's have a look. Andy says it rings a bell. Transmute, that's them, yeah. They touch their watch or wave their watch in front of them and shout transmute. And they change from their normal persona to their superhero persona. Mark Princess Keop. And then there was the big guy, the big boned guy who was the pilot of the Phoenix. Can't remember his name. He's a bit of a blob. Yeah, transmute. That's right. Well done. You probably just Googled it. No, it wasn't Transformers. That was them. Transmute. They waved that and suddenly their costumes appear out of nowhere. They're all like bird. See, the Phoenix was a fiery bird, yeah. So that's a theme then. That all of their alternate characters, they've all got a beak, like a glass or clear plastic beak as part of their cowl, if you want. There's the capes and they all run and the capes flow behind them. But then there's the cowl over the head, and then there's this visor, this beak. Casey Kasem was a radio DJ, yeah, also TV, like I said, America's Top 10. Yeah, definitely the voice of Shaggy. Definitely. Lock and load. Let's have a look. If I type Casey, you probably only have to type. Was it Casey with a C or a K? I'm going to go with a C because I'm normal like that. If I type Casey, look at that. The first thing that comes up is Casey Kasem. But then if I type Sha, no. Shad, no. Hold on, what am I typing? Shag, not Shad. Shag. Casey Shaggy. Here we go. American disc jockey and actor. And as soon as we get in there... Oh, no, it's not the first thing they say about him. Do I really have to click through to Wikipedia to find out? Okay, one of the questions on Google. Why did Casey Kasem quit voicing Shaggy on Scooby-Doo? Shaggy Rogers, I didn't know that was his name. Many other cartoon voices over the years. And hosting America Top 40. Do I remember it being called Top 40? I remember a cut down version called something like Top 10 or Top 20 maybe. He voiced Shaggy for 28 years. There you go. I was right again. It happens sometimes. Not often enough. Hmm. Mute so they become mimes. What's that about? Do classic trapped in a box. That one. I was never any good at miming. Oh, it was your favourite show. You couldn't fucking remember it a minute ago. What? Well, unless you're talking about Scooby. I don't know. He used to do New Year's in Times Square. Really? That's where you've got the ball. What's that about? The ball on a stick thing. Does it drop or rise? Whatever it does. I don't know why it's significant, but we have the chimes of Big Ben, I suppose. That's the British equivalent. Can you hear Big Ben from Trafalgar Square? I'm not sure the distances involved in that one. But then it would be on a screen on TV or whatever, wouldn't it? Okay, we're coming up on 5 hours, so I think I'll call it quits in what, 8.5 minutes, 9 minutes, however long that is. I know that's not going to match with the my counter here has lost some minutes because of when it disconnects and reconnects. I don't know how long the outages were. But when I hit 5 hours here on the counter, I'll call it quits then. So you got about 8 minutes 15 seconds. Final questions, points. Anybody want to tell me what a great show it was? Show. I don't like calling it a show. There's still all these lurkers. You out there, Jack Attack? You doing the lurky thing? Come on, guys. If you're lurking here now, you're at the end. You might as well just come and say hello. Come and talk. Come and talk to Delta Mike. Introduce yourselves. You know you want to. Maybe you don't know how to work chat. If you're on if you're on the app with your phone horizontal landscape, if you touch the screen and you'll see a symbol that's like two speech bubbles, one behind the other. Just tap that, and off to the right, chat will appear as if by magic. Sometimes it loads empty, and you have to hit the X to close it, and then hit the button a second time. On the second time, it will load with actual chat in there. Watching balls, they only had the ladies in mind. Ladies can see pole and balls. Surprise at midnight. Farmer, what you like? None of our lurkers are going to come forwards. How many we got here still chatting? There's only two of you, isn't there? And there's Andy and there's Farmer. And that's all it's been since Oscar left. Yeah, it's just been the two of you for quite a while. Okay. Well, what am I going to talk about for the next 5 or 6 minutes then? I've set myself this goal of doing another 5 minutes and I've got fuck all to talk about. Oh, what can I talk about? Christmas plans, I guess. Have I got any? I still haven't. I'm. What can I say? I have to do a couple of Christmas streams, like a Christmas Eve and a Christmas Day. I am aware that I will be competing against or broadcasting against some friends. Scruff Dog in particular is doing a thing on what's it called? Discourse. What's that called? I can't remember what it's called. I've got it. I'm not a fan of it. It doesn't gel with my workflow. On the app, it doesn't. It tells me I've got a message, and I go in, and I've just got like 20 other people's posts, nothing related to me or nothing aimed at me, and I'm like, what? Why am I here? What did I click on? And what are these? And they don't even seem to be related to each other. These different. It's not like a bulletin board where you click in and there's a bunch of messages and you see the replies. It seems all over the place. Um, I'll probably do Christmas Eve. I think I did last year. The so my Christmas Eve, like from around 10 o'clock into Christmas Day, and probably do one Christmas night. Um, Similar. Now my times and everyone else's times. I'm in Spain, somewhere in Britain or Ireland. Others are somewhere in Europe, and others are stateside or the other side of the pond. Um, I can't I can't not do a show just because someone else is doing one when it's a big, like, two-thirds of my audience have never heard of Struff Dog except for me talking about it. They've never watched him. They've never been there. They maybe even don't even have any interest. Um, so yeah, and don't forget, entertaining my audience is how I kind of survive. This is my busking, if you like. This is how I get by. Um, Trying not to be too obvious with the grift. But yeah, uh, so I think last year I did Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve. Don't think I did a New Year's Day. I did New Year's into New Year's Day, obviously. Um, I might not have done Christmas. I might have done Boxing Day. I might have done Christmas Eve and Boxing Day. That's the day after Christmas for anyone unfamiliar. Possible Ukraine peace deal, which gives Putin everything he wants. I thought the Europeans were a bit more against it. Um, I know Trump Trump would like to say that he's ended another conflict, wouldn't he? Wow, the tennis racket of death. It's funny when at night you can watch. You see the first spark somewhere towards the top of the tennis racket. Then you see two parts of the fly, moth, whatever, uh, separate off and float down and get attracted back to the tennis racket and hit it again. And maybe it'll break up some more and you just get this pop, 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 pop. Um, I don't know why it gives me such pleasure. Apart from the fact I don't like waking up in the night with my impression of war for next generation. So many fucking ridges and lumps and bumps on my forehead from the mosquitoes. So anything that accidentally flies into the tennis racket of death and does itself in gets my vote. Okay, I'm showing a minute and a half here until I read 5 minutes. I know it is 5 hours, not 5 minutes. I know it is actually 3 o'clock, so we are actually on 5 hours, but we've lost a minute and a half somewhere along the way, folks. So I'll give it another 30 seconds, and then we shall end the stream in the manner to which you become accustomed. Fly sees the light twice. Well, he makes light twice. Maybe do Christmas Eve. Yeah, I think I will. I was wondering at one stage about whether to do whether to do a Christmas Eve cookery stream earlier in the night, but I think trying to cook Christmas dinner, Christmas lunch, whatever you want to call it, trying to cook that with limited pans. I've only got one proper pan that has a lid. Other pans with no lid. and one large and two small frying pans, but only one gas ring. Trying to cook with that would be difficult enough, and trying to film while doing that sounds impossible. Sounds impossible, excuse me. So I don't know. Okay, folks, we are coming up on the 5 hours. I thank you very much for joining me and keeping me company tonight, this Sunday night. But if we can do this, she was snoring a minute ago, but I'll try not to disturb her too much. If you haven't already, folks, a thumbs up is always appreciated. Consider subscribing if you've seen more than a few of my videos. But there's the tennis racket of death. It's not popping anymore. Here's my nice new kind of bedspread, my nice new blankety cover thing. Oh, over here there's a dog, but you won't be able to see her in this light. So I'm going to help you there. Oh, I can't move. I'm laying at a funny angle. Hey, babe. You're okay. You don't have to turn around. Okay, guys. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later.